possibilities for us. So there's just since we last got together, there's just a lot of things that have happened. I won't make a big list of them, but I mean, you can see, for example, that the parking lot is inconvenient because we're tearing things up to build a computing facility here that is capable of taking us forward for the next few years. It's a couple of megawatts, and if you bring in a couple of megawatts, you have to be able to pump out a couple of megawatts of heat. So there's water cooling and stuff, and we'll be moving machines around and stuff, and we'll hopefully be growing our computing capability. We are getting a new cluster from NASA. That's a big deal, and it'll about double our capability, and we hope over the next 3 or 4 years to at least double it again. So those kinds of things are important on the one side. They're central to this notion of being computationally enabled and moving forward. But it doesn't answer the question of what we're doing in a more conventional version of life sciences that you can't get around. Otherwise, you're really not doing life science. Or, for that matter, in the direction of the social analytics, which is something that if you're not connected to programs, projects, and capabilities, then you're also not doing that, much less tying them together. So we have this virtual world that we have to build out is connected in very, very real terms to some very material things, including you, including the people. I think it's fair to say that nothing that we're doing moving forward in terms of the people involved only happens inside this building or only happens with the people who work in this institute. We have collaborators all over the university and all over the world that are absolutely central to being able to pull off problems on the scale and scope of the things that we want to try to do, and that our sponsors increasingly want us to do. I think it's fair to say that how we arrange and work those relationships going forward are absolutely central to how we need to rethink about how we evolve. There's no possible path forward without several elements. One of them is, of course, the basic, say, funding, financial, material need for funding. But you're not going to get any funding if you don't have the right ideas. And we have to have an idea-driven institute. We have to have an idea-driven faculty. Ideas that are importantly related to other people's needs would be good because that's what they're willing to pay for. So the need to work on other people's problems is also central to our institute. So I guess the things that I would like to mention that are very, very different over the last year, 2 years, that are, I think, both challenges and also and harbingers of where we're going, and also when I say challenges, I mean I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean literally they challenge us to accommodate and thrive in these areas, right? We cannot lose the connection to bioinformatics that this institute started with. It's transformed, it is different, and it is part of a continuation of information-bearing properties of living systems that is central to making this a grounded place, and a place that is rooted in our history and has a bright future. And we're doing things which are important to realize to make sure that we don't lose it. It is, however, in itself not the complete story of where we're going. We cannot be diverted also by 1,000 smaller problems that are disconnected, when what we have to do is find larger problems that connect us. And I'll give you an example of larger problems that we currently are engaged in, and problems that we're not as engaged in as we need to be, and that we have at least nascent plans to try and correct. So let me give you an example of something that connects a lot of stuff that we do a lot of, that you know we do a lot of, but I'll just bring it up just to make the point, is full-blown epidemiological support for things like policy range from disease identification, pathogen identification, genomics, to system biology, infection and course of disease, to social interaction, to spread of the disease, and to policy that has to do with a lot of things that have to do with the control of the disease, or whatever the public health sort of related issue is that you're talking about dealing with. Those problems are traditionally handled much more separately than what our goal is to encompass them. Okay. We really do believe in our programs that we have to encompass problems like that as they come in the world, which is end to end. And moreover, that the things that connect these ideas together are one way of doing it, at least, an important way of doing it in my view, is computationally enabled at every level. So another example of something that we're not as engaged in that we need to get engaged in, because we're chasing it. Unfortunately, we're chasing this a little bit. But there's a wonderful collection of opportunities that we should engage in, is not just the microbiome, but the associated virome and the fungal environment as well, in the context of these sorts of ideas. Things like, so for example, we have policies and businesses and things running around at one level that have to do with the use of antimicrobial substances, which find their way into soils, and they find their way into livestock. Well, first livestock and sewage systems and stuff. They find their way into soils. They find their way into riparian waterways. They find their way into the ocean. They find their way into our food chains. And there's no particular understanding of when these antimicrobial substances go into these different biomes, how they're all being affected, or how policy at the level of use of antimicrobial substances, for example, affects much more broadly the health of the planet and the health of humans and other things on the planet. So that's an area that bits and pieces we're engaged in, but we definitely ought to do something about that at this institute. I think it's something that we should challenge ourselves to engage in a lot more significantly than we have. Another example is the view of in all this information stuff that we're sticking together, it immediately raises the issue that, I really hate this phrase, but I'll say it just so I can get it out of the way, big data. And the notion of interacting through these information environments and the associated concepts of property, privacy, agency are central to our work if we're going to do work this way. And we need to be much more engaged with that. For all of these things, if we're doing end-to-end things, there's a few people around that we might want to consider working with, right? And so going forward, I think there's no lack of opportunity or mission or anything else. We can coordinate these things. So let me make one more example, and then I'd like to introduce some people that don't need to really be introduced, but I'll do it anyway. If we pick in bioinformatic analytic technique what it is we want to do, okay? There's a lot of people working in, bioinformatics and analytic techniques. It isn't like it's an unoccupied playing field. So what is it that, how do we want to think about what our role would be in that would connect all this computing and stuff with all this system biology and connection with our partners? And I think that for an institute like this one, that what we want to do is the most disruptive possible thing we can imagine. The highest risk, most disruptive thing, if it worked, is the thing that we should take on. The more mature the area, the more like that we should think. The less mature the area, actually, weirdly, the more conservative we can be. But when you wander into some place where there's a million people working in it, and you've got to, slap them upside the head. So, what we are in fact looking at, and we're doing it extremely carefully, but make no mistake, this is the most disruptive thing I can imagine, is to say that alignment needs to be rethought. That the instrument makers will be affected. That this entire industry that just came into being as the commoditization of bioinformatics occurred will be transformed. And so we take a very, very narrow, deep thing, which I won't go into, but the point of it is to turn that problem upside down. I think we should do the same thing in a cognitive view of these big connected complex systems. I think we should do the same thing in all of the kinds of end-to-end problems that I discussed earlier. Those are the missions of, we need programs in those areas. What I described, those aren't programs. Those are things that programs, if they were properly funded, could support the study of. And it's your job and my job, but it's not just my job. It's all of our jobs as research scientists to define, seek, and put these things in place, and just to continue to create this place as it was created 15 years ago in a new way going forward, and to adapt to our times. And so that's all I really have to say about this. I think it's a really, really exciting time. I think it's you are the right collection of people. This is the right place. There are very few places just like this. I'm not going to go into this part. I said I was going to be done here, but I will just tell you that other research institutes, if you look at research institutes, and I don't mean necessarily university research institutes, but them too, this place is different. And we can capitalize on that difference. It's good that it's different. It's different in a good way. And it's a huge opportunity and responsibility, actually, to make sure that we live up to to the possibility of those differences. And those differences came from how we were established, but those things have evolved. And so make no mistake, where we are right now is in a place in an evolving system, but we have enormous opportunity that I encourage you to feel like you are fully empowered to try and make this happen. Do not wait for somebody else to do this. There is because it won't happen. There is nobody else. This is who it is, right? So, so having said that, the first thing I would like to do is I will introduce you to the panel about. I'm going to get my notes here. I'm going to try not to diverge. It's really hard for me. Right, okay, so my favorite piece of public speaking of all time is the Gettysburg Address. And so anybody that knows me knows I talk about the Gettysburg Address too much, but it's really good. And what I really like about it the most is it's shaped like a space-time diagram. It's just like perfect, right? So, so there's this 420 thing, like so, you know, where we came from. And then there's this hallowed ground thing, sort of where we are. And then there's this resolve to endure thing, like where we're going. This is a really good format for a presentation. And so we're going to take that format for our first panel. And so the 420 part, no, I'm sorry. So I do think it's important to revisit, you know, who we are from the point of view of where we've come from, and also from the point of view of a person that's not gone, that's still here, that has perspective, and that can see us today. And also then from the perspective of a person that can see us today and is just completely absorbed in trying to understand in much more detail than you can even imagine who we are and what we are, not just here, but the research enterprise at the university, and how that needs to change, and me and as a representative of you in this conversation, but just a representative of you. And so I'm the guy in the, like the, you know, this place. So, Dr. Charles Steger, our president emeritus, who I said already, it's not really, I don't really need to introduce him, but it is necessary to at least say that he has 3 degrees and they're all from this university. He was a department head, a dean. He led the development effort and this and that, and then was the president. And under his presidency, one of the major, well, I guess arguably the major focus, but it's kind of hard to say that because there's a lot of foci, had to do with better establishing the university, which a long history of excellence in undergraduate education and just solid preparation, and but both undergraduates and graduate students actually, to change the level of the representation of the university and the research community. And he did a number of things. Some of them are these thematic institutes where we have buildings and people, and some of them are investment institutes where the institutes are associated with sort of the strategic direction of funding into the mostly the TNR faculty to seed their research efforts, but overall to change the position of the university in the research world, and it had a large effect. And it continues, and it is evolving as we are here. So, President Steger is obviously retired, but he's still here. He's one of our distinguished fellows, and we welcome you to the symposium. And if you can come up here, our other speaker is Teresa Mayer. Oops. Teresa Mayer is our Vice President for Research and Innovation. Her undergraduate degree is from here. Her graduate degrees are from Harvard? No, not Harvard. From Purdue. And she was a faculty member at Penn State for 20 years. Her history, her background is everywhere she goes, she is like on a upward trajectory. And I'm really hoping that this trajectory has us tied to it in this particular instance. It is a great privilege to have both of these people here. And what we're going to do is have a conversation with them as a panel. So it's all-day panels, and they're more interesting than I am. And so what we'll do is have a conversation for the next half an hour or so, 40 minutes, depends on how it goes, with them here now. So please. Why don't you guys sit on the, well, you can sit, why don't you sit here, Teresa, so that you can sit here.
Are we on?
Well, you got your.
I think so.
You are. I am, yeah? And you
Okay.
are. Okay,
All
so
set.
we're on. Okay, so how to begin? So why don't we start in the direction of the time arrow, Dr. Steger?
Okay.
And
Which is irreversible, as I understand.
right, and if you'd like to make a few remarks to begin with, we can start that way, or I can just start with questions. Would you like to make some remarks?
No, I can make a couple of comments. May I tell a little story to start? You know, over the years, as we go around the country doing all these things, I had a series of stories I would tell, and the staff have, I had one story about, they referred to as the dog joke, which the staff have told me today, absolutely, you have to stop telling this story. So I've come up with another one. And this goes back to, we have this program where every year we would give all the students the same book to read. This is a few years ago, and I was asked to do a symposium with the honors students, which Dean Knox is heading up a new initiative there now. And excuse me, my task was to talk about this book called Einstein's Dreams. And it had each chapter devoted to a different concept of time. And so the one chapter I was discussing said, what would you do if you had only 1 hour left to live on this earth? That's a pretty profound question. And so some of the students would raise their hand and offer their opinions. And finally, one young lady raised her hand and she said, if I had just 1 hour left to live, I'd like to spend it in your class in urban systems dynamics. That's a real class I used to teach, you know? And I said, well, I'm flattered by that, but why on earth would you want to do that? She said, because I've heard that every moment in your class seems like an eternity. So I hope I don't have that impact on you. But seriously, I think what you all are doing in the Institute here and what the research enterprise at Virginia Tech is doing in collaboration with institutions around the world is really remarkable, and seriously adding value to the intellectual capital and welfare of society, which is at the end of the day what we are all hopeful to do. I wanted simply to make the point that there needs to increasingly be a connection between the research that's going on in the laboratories and how we shape our public policy. And the pace of that is changing and rapidly increasing to the point where we just can't wait 10 or 15 more years to have our innovations adopted to deal with the challenges that cross the entire socio-political, economic, and physical spectrums. It's a serious matter, and I'm delighted to see that we have such a wonderful aggregation of individuals here in the Institute and at the university who are making significant contributions. And I just want to tell you how much we value it, how important it is, and how enthusiastic that at least I am about what is present and what we can do in the future. I was just doing a little reading the other day, and this was in the recent issue of Science, so this is not original research on my part, but it goes back to a report that Vannevar Bush sent to President Roosevelt in 1945. He was the first science advisor. And I have the topics in the report just listed here, and I'll just mention them to you. The whole report was titled Science, the Endless Frontier, and it had 1, the war against disease, science and public welfare, looking at how science and the innovations that emerge from it help stimulate the economy, which is something we focus on now, renewal of our scientific talent, and particularly, how do we have open access to people from all socioeconomic levels in our society to move through and become contributors to the scientific enterprise? It's a challenge that was present in 1945, and it's a challenge that we face today. And then he talked about the problem of scientific reconversion, which he meant in terms of how do we take this war machine, which was extraordinary in 1945, and turn it into a machine to enhance peace around the world. And that is still a challenge that we face today. Later on the same year, he wrote a popular piece for the Atlantic Monthly titled As We May Think, and he went on to talk about the role of machines and information storage and information into useful knowledge and all those sorts of things. And so what my whole point is that there are some themes that have run over time that are still relevant today that we must address. But we also face an incredibly dynamic and often unstable context in which we face paradigm shifts, crises which shape the funding and the responses, innovations in technology that disrupt the pace of change, often for the better, and shape the paths of inquiry. And the bottom line of all this is that we have to manage this kind of tumultuous sea in which we find ourselves, and we have to have an organizational structure that has the capacity to accommodate and change over time. And I think in this context, starting out as VBI at the 2001 or so, now the Biocomplexity Institute is a real success story. Because when we started, DNA sequencing was something, a major phenomenon. Now it is a commodity. It's evolved very rapidly. But things like the forecasting of the spread of Ebola and all that have become critical social problems, and our mathematical simulation capabilities have evolved to help contribute to society forecast these things. And then the extraordinary work that's been done in the agent-based modeling is really something that doesn't exist virtually any place else in the world. So I just wanted to say that as we started out, I won't go into the history of VBI unless you really want me to, But I was just saying, there is a direct link between what you are doing and how it shapes public policy. One of the sociological phenomena that we face is whether or not people address and absorb scientific fact versus nonsense is also purported to be fact, and how we separate the two and how we get them to shape public policy in terms of how we allocate our resources, how we deal with the disenfranchised segments of our society. If we don't, we're going to be in very serious trouble. And how we address the changing problems that are coming down the pike in terms of global warming, in terms of water supply, not just in the U.S., but even the headwaters of the Ganges River are declining. And this is creating all sorts of geopolitical problems. And consequently, we're going to have to put together enterprises that bring people from all these disciplines together to resolve them to create a positive track for the evolution of humanity. So this is serious business, and you're serious people, and I have great confidence in what you can do to contribute. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Yeah, so I mean, I think that the connection to public policy is obviously a driver in much of what goes on here, and it's this issue of other people's problems and figuring out how to absorb them into a research program. So, Vice President Mayer, do you have any comments you'd like to make about sort of how you see where we are just from your year or so of digging around in the trenches?
Yeah.
Good. What have I gotten myself into?
What have I gotten myself into? No. Yes, I would just like to start by saying really what an honor it is to be here with President Steger and the rest of the community. As I've arrived, and I've only been here 9 months, so I still have a few months to round out the year. But it's been a tremendous learning opportunity. Coming here, I was familiar with an institute structure that was much more similar to the investment institute structure. And so it's been a real opportunity to spend the time learning about the resources and how the institute structure and the interdisciplinary research enterprise really evolved over the last 15 years. Virginia Tech's a very different university than the university I attended as an undergrad in the 80s. I will share a story. When I came back with my family for my second interview, I was trying to find the dorm to show my children where I had stayed when I was here, and I just couldn't find it because it was surrounded by new research buildings. It's over in Shanks Hall, and so IPTASK had basically grown around it, and it really, to me, signaled the strategic investments that the previous two administrations had made to really transform the university from a largely undergraduate-focused university to a very strong research university. And one of the reasons that I decided to come back to Virginia Tech to try to make a difference in the research enterprise. And so as I've learned more about the organization, one thing that's become evident is the way that the institutes evolved, as well as our Applied Research Corporation. Virginia Tech is in an excellent position to capitalize on a whole range of different structures and strategies by which we can interface with the external community. And there really aren't that many peer institutions that have this diversity of different structures. And I think that is becoming increasingly important as we look forward, because as federal funding has tightened, as what we might say, the more conventional funding sources that have been the mainstay for universities in terms of NIH and NSF support, as those have changed, and we need to become much more agile and proactive in looking at other sources of funding, and I think other problems, the larger problems that require larger teams. The structure that we have, particularly with the interplay between the thematic institutes and the colleges, provides real strength, because as I'm on the road talking to sponsors, and those could be sponsors at federal agencies or in industry, what we're hearing is that, again, we need to really look towards the outside, understand what the big problems, what are the societal needs, what are those grand challenges where we can really make a difference. And then we have to have a structure that's able to respond on different timescales, because some of the problems require a very rapid turnaround, and that can oftentimes be difficult for graduate students to respond to. And that's so important then to have research faculty and research scientists, and as an engineer, research engineers, who are able to respond very, very rapidly, but then also to dig deeply into the fundamental problems. And looking at BI, it spans such a range of these where you're solving very fundamental challenges, but have a team assembled where you can look at different problem spaces or thematic lines, and then also be able to respond very quickly. And so I think this structure is critically important for the success of Virginia Tech, and I would argue for the success of other universities that might not be as fortunate as we are to have this structure in place already. So I think going forward, we're in a great position to continue to build on that base and to really expand the scope of what we do by reaching across, having the expertise of the institutes, reaching across, and then also the institutes have such deep relationships with other partners outside of the university. That's other academic institutions, industry, government partners. And we at Virginia Tech alone cannot solve the big challenges. We need to bring in the best teams from outside of Virginia Tech to also help us. And that's what I see. And it's really the success not only of BI, but really of all of our institutes.
Well, I don't even know how to, so I think that there's some questions I think that sort of come up in this discussion that can help sort of drill down a little bit maybe, but maybe by popping up, I mean, a little bit. So if you look at this scholarly ecosystem of a university, I mean, there's the curricular machinery that's central to what a university is. And there are colleges and universities that focus almost exclusively on curricular machinery of one way or another. There's St. John's College, for example. There's Harvey Mudd. There's places that have truly, or McAllister. There's plenty of places that are focused on the curricular machinery and do really just an outstanding job. I don't know that we do less an outstanding job, but we're not focused on it in the same way at this point. But in the ecosystem of a large university like this one, a large university, how do you see research? I mean, is research as something separate from the enterprise of the university other than research? What is this thing, research, that in the ecosystem of the university? Is it one thing? Is it multiple things? How do we best understand what that is?
Well, I think that when you look at the overall mission, one thing that we need to do is not lump all universities or higher education together. Because depending on how you count them, I think there are 4,700 entities that claim to be universities or colleges or whatever. There are about 1,300 that are real. And then there's a very small group that really contribute to the major research enterprise. And we're engaged in, the generation and dissemination of knowledge through our students and through the publications and the activities that we pursue. And also, at least for the land-grant institutions, through an effort to apply that knowledge to resolve problems in society. So our task, of course, is to try to bring in and generate the new knowledge in the disciplinary areas, and that's why the departments are very important to focus. And then at another level, with institutes and other interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary programs, to synthesize that knowledge. And then, particularly for the professional schools, but for everything now really, is to be both synthetic and prescriptive. So you know the problem, but then what are you going to do about it? And that's a significant task that I think that research probably didn't encounter until World War II, where operations research was invented and all that sort of thing, where we really did have to apply what we knew about electrical engineering and radar and everything else to protect the free world. And so that, I think that has changed over time. The task that we face is multiple. One is, how do we continue the learning process for individuals after they leave the university? How do we provide relevant technical knowledge as people encounter the problems in their careers and whatever else? How do we incorporate the evolution of artificial intelligence in their decision making, which I think is going to be a very big challenge for higher education in general? And how do we do that in a context where we have a set of values and understanding of our culture and history, which enables us to decide not just what we can do, but what we should do? And so research, I don't think you can pull it apart from all those things. That's why we need holistically educated young people. That's why we need people with high competence in their disciplinary areas. And that's why we need the integration of research institutes which are flexible. Every organization needs elements which can adapt more rapidly. You can't adapt this entire institution overnight. It's too huge and complex. But we always need sources of innovation and adaptability, which over time, and we'll make mistakes, but as we learn things, can be transmitted to the broader institution. And I think the research enterprise is a driving force in that. I won't go into the financial side of it, without which we would not survive, but it's a very important component as well. So forgive me, that was too long a response.
No, I said.
Well, I would just like to add a couple of
Sure.
Thoughts to that. And one thing that I'm struck with, as I'm relatively new here and spending more time in Richmond.
Bless you.
And really, I think the focus when we talk about education is the undergraduate education. But we have a large role to play in graduate education without research. And the research enterprise, we couldn't provide that rich graduate experience and the interplay between the graduate education and the interface with undergraduates. I think one of the best experiences graduate students and postdocs can have is that direct working through experiential learning with undergraduates, because it provides them both a training opportunity and an educational experience. And it also broadens the scope of the undergraduate experience, again, to include that connection to solving other people's problems. And in this respect, the research institutes, because they're have a much broader scope than a typical academic department, can bring students in at the graduate level and at the undergraduate level and expose them to a richness of problems where they are exploiting their disciplinary depth, but at the same time are working hand in hand with colleagues in other disciplines to solve larger problems. And I think that gives, again, such a tremendous opportunity to students as they take their next steps. Perhaps if an undergrad chooses to move on and take a job in industry or government, or graduate students who would then subsequently pursue careers in academia or industry or government. And this is something that a purely undergraduate institution cannot do. And that's not to talk about the value of faculty who are working and creating knowledge and what that means to the more conventional dissemination through the standard curriculum, which is also, I think, very, very important. So as we're thinking about this at the graduate level, how does that begin to more naturally trickle down into the undergraduate level? But again, we provide a lot of value. We train a lot of graduate students at the master's and PhD level, and I think the research institutes are an essential part of that. We have some statistics on the number of graduate students that the research faculty themselves advise, and it's a very, very significant number. So it contributes in so many different ways.
Okay, well, that's perfect segue into my next question, and that is in this ecosystem, which I would sort of characterize as basically curricular machinery and some sort of research machinery of one kind or another, which isn't so cleanly separable necessarily, but has sort of centers, and then we have different kinds of organizations that sort of focus on different aspects of it maybe. But in this kind of an organization, at least, we have a lot of research faculty. It presents a challenge to understanding, to a conventional way of thinking about universities and departments and the whole process of the curricular machinery and the faculty machinery in a curricular environment. And so how can research faculty, in your view, contribute to the integrated mission of the university that includes this notion of research, rather than thinking of, well, you guys do research and you guys do teaching or something? This is obviously, so how do you see the research faculty as contributing to this thing that research is in the ecosystem of the university? I think that we have people here that would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, unless you want to go for
Yeah,
it.
please.
One of the tasks that we face is to ensure that the education for our students acquaints them with the leading edge ideas in their discipline and profession, or whatever it turns out to be. So I think that every faculty member, in order to be able to fulfill that obligation, engages in inquiry, which helps them to stay on the leading edge of their field. And that, to me, is the broadest definition of research. So in that sense, everyone is doing research. The source of the support for it, its focus, its applicability, et cetera, changes over time. But I think if you look at the process of education of our students, which I think increasingly is going to be a combination of, I don't think the traditional faculty-student relationship is going to disappear like many people do, because the inspiration, the example of thinking and all that sort of thing are very important to education, not just the transfer of information. But it's going to be a hybrid of that online learning and experiential learning, which I think is exceedingly important tool for developing the many dimensions of the human intellect for our students. And so I view the opportunity for greater collaboration between those who focus on research and those who focus on instruction to grow. And I think both can be exceedingly synergistic and add great value to the research enterprise and to the educational experience of the student. And it's fun, in addition to all that. So.
Yeah, I'll just, again, add a few words and a few thoughts. Particularly, as Chris mentioned, I'm spending quite a bit of time looking in depth at the research enterprise and the different components that are contributing in different ways. Over the last few days, I've been focusing intensely on research expenditures and understanding our portfolio of research expenditures. And I think that increasingly we do have to recognize, as our undergraduate student numbers increase and we're trying to balance developing a robust and growing research portfolio, that it's important to have some specialization. And last year, the Faculty Senate recognized collegiate faculty, which I think historically have been at instructor levels, but now elevated to a faculty level, who will be recognized for excellence in instruction, primarily to undergraduate and master's level students. Likewise, from my perspective, looking at the overall research enterprise, it's important to have research faculty who are serving with a primary focus to really drive the research agenda forward, and taking a look at the range of skills that are required and expertise required. In order to build larger programs, more diverse programs, it requires a lot of time in working with sponsors, developing those networks, developing those relationships. And research faculty have a large role to play, and have more time to devote to developing those relationships. And I think together with the TNR faculty as well, again, we can build a very robust network by providing that additional degree of specialization. So again, looking at the entire portfolio and the types of programs, really deep, robust programs that tend to grow significantly larger and reach over into the academic departments. The institutes are at the center of that. And so we can point to a lot of examples. The strategic industry alliance partnerships that are emerging at pretty rapidly these days. Without a doubt, many of those were started by the relationships with research faculty in the thematic institutes. And then they tend to grow. But it's just that combination of a different focus, different relationships that provides, again, that robust enterprise. So I think research faculty are an essential part of our entire university. And I'm on a daily basis very, very thankful for what you do.
About how this place started. Sure.
Sorry. No, keep going. You're fine.
I'm good.
Okay.
Was I too long-winded?
I was
No.
just thinking that when the whole enterprise started, a lot of times our politicians get a lot of negative press, and much of which is deserved on occasion. But when we began this idea, Governor Gilmore, when he was in office, and even his staff referred to him as a charisma-free zone. But the point I want to make is, and this is why Teresa's in Richmond and whatever else, that many of these people are thoughtful and do provide support. And I recall Boyd Marcus, who was the governor's chief of staff, advised me. He said, and Boyd was referred to as the Prince of Darkness, okay? And he advised me, he said, you college presidents, we don't want to hear any criticism of the governor, and if you do, we'll kill you. And I said, okay, I think I understand this. So I said, fine, whatever. But it was Governor Gilmore who provided the initial funding for VBI. And I recall there was a finance committee meeting up here, and I asked them for, I think at the time it was $13 million to get this thing going, which it's still a lot of money, but even then it was even a lot more money than it is today. And finally the chairman of the committee said, well, I don't know about that, but we can give you $6 million. And this was the highest stakes poker bet I ever made in my life. I said, well, if you can only give us $6, don't give us anything at all, because we can't do it for that. And then I held my breath. Anyway, we got the 13 million. We were very lucky for that to go on, but that's kind of how it all started. And then the governor instructed the Tobacco Commission, which got about $700 million from the Tobacco Settlement Fund, that actually he was not giving the money, they were. And they didn't know about it. We were called to Richmond, and there was this press conference, and all of us learned about it, and they were a bit pale when they learned it. But nevertheless, that's kind of how it all started. But it had to do with some of the leaders in government. They didn't quite understand all this bioinformatics stuff, but they did have a sense that it was an exciting idea and that the science was changing, and that they would take a gamble to support it. And, Gilmore, who was known mostly for the no car tax deal when he ran for governor, I have to give him credit for supporting us where a lot of people didn't. And that's really how we got the initial funding to get this thing going. And then we hired Chris. Paul Knox was the director for a while, and Dennis Dean and a few others. And that's how it all got going. But it was an interesting time. So don't give up on Richmond.
Well, and I think, so I'm relatively new to the state, although I grew up here. But the tide seems to really be turning because the state, through sequestration, has really suffered not loss of jobs, but loss of high-paying jobs. Right. And apparently, for the first time, the governor's office is really beginning to recognize that investments need to be made, strategic investments need to be made to diversify the portfolio of jobs within the state beyond the conventional defense sector jobs that are so dominant in Northern Virginia. And so the conversation has really changed to recognizing the importance and the value of the leading research universities within the state in serving as an engine to drive that change. And so that's very exciting. I still think that we have a lot to learn and that significant investments are needed. But that's a really exciting opportunity for us. And I should also add that it's not often recognized as well that when we think about the funding that is returned to the university, just the E&G funding, and I've talked to Dwight Shelton about that, who's our financial officer and spends a lot of time in Richmond, that the importance of the work that's being conducted, the research being conducted in the institutes, and the stories that we all tell in Richmond are very, very important to the sustained funding that we receive. So I think a lot of value comes back through the work, through the stories. Again, the work is very easy for the legislators to relate to, and that's very, very important.
Well, prior to the building of these facilities, the state would take back 30% of all the research overhead. And this was the first building in the history of the Commonwealth where they let us keep the 30% to pay off the debt. And subsequently, we've kept it ever since, which is tens of millions of dollars for the university. So, not only, from the year 2000 to today, we have 30% less funding per student than we did in 2000. And so the research enterprise is a critical component to our financial stability, and the dollars that come in support a broad range of activities, equipment, facilities, and whatever for our undergraduates. And people don't really, the tuition does not come close to covering the cost of what it takes to educate a student.
So once again, this leads directly to what I very presciently wrote as my next question. I want to say this, and if any of you don't know this, I think you all probably know this. If you don't know this, it's important to know this, is whatever the investment of the state and of this university to this institute, it is your overheads, your generated income that has paid for this building. And it's paid for the equipment in this building largely, and it's paid for you largely. This is in addition, whatever else was novel about the establishment of the university, this is not a normal environment in a university, even from a basic structural point of view. And we can argue whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think in general, it's an inevitable thing in the condition where, look, the growth in federal research funding on a per capita basis for scientists, especially if you take the life sciences, the per capita revenue available is decreasing. Per capita revenue per student is decreasing. There is something going on here which leads to the next, that means doing business as we have done and look internally and try to redistribute the pot more and more is probably not, a winning card game. So let's just take that maybe and turn it into a question here and say, first of all, so I'll ask it in 3 stages, and it's one question. So is the research funding landscape really changing? I mean, I'm old enough that when I look around, I hear a lot of times people talking about stuff as if it's brand new, and all I can think of is like, wow, I mean, that's not new, right? I mean, we've all heard those kinds of things. But is the research funding landscape really fundamentally changing? Are the problems that we're working on really changing? I mean, is this really true, right? And it leads to this: do we really need unconventional funding sources for university research? Now, by unconventional, I have to define conventional, and it's fairly recent what I mean by conventional, because prior to this, essentially to the bomb program and radar and a few other things like that, the public health thing that came out of Bethesda was an example as well. Not a minor example, it's a gigantic example. But where science connected to the public good, or at least the public interest, I guess you can argue that nuclear weapons weren't the public good, but certainly that the current public interest. Before that, professors at Princeton largely didn't have salaries. They had appointments and they had sponsors. They didn't have salaries. It was viewed as sort of rude. Well, that's not how things are now, for a lot of reasons. But conventional then had to do a sponsorship that was basically a donor, a charitable sort of donor, or a publicly interested donor of some kind. And we transitioned into the donor being the public. So we have federal funding agencies, the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, NASA research, DOE research, various places, and they fund us. So that's what I'm calling conventional, combined with philanthropic giving at some level, because all the big research universities have big philanthropy issues too, and foundations. That's conventional. So by conventional, I mean not that. Okay? So do we need unconventional funding sources specifically for university research or not?
Well, I think one of the points that Vannevar Bush made was that there needed to be investment for which there would be no immediate return. Looking at basic R&D. If you go back, and I'll go back to my comment on radar, a lot of the research on radar was not funded by the U.S. government. It was privately funded by some Wall Street guys, actually, who were interested in science in this whole process. And another fact that most people don't realize is that the Wright brothers who get credit for inventing the French government funded the development of the aircraft. The Wright brothers spent over a year in France working with them. The U.S. government did not fund it. And
well, that's
so,
unconventional.
well, it is. But I think that, no, the ROI for private sector is so different from public sector investments that you'll never find anything, if you look at the discount calculations and whatever, anything over 30 years is always worth 0. you know. So we have to decide that funding basic R&D is for society's good, and it doesn't meet the same test of the private market. So I think we have to stick with conventional funding and just make our case more effectively, to answer your question.
Well, I'm going to come back to the first thing that you said. In the early days, philanthropy, focusing on the public sector, and now I think that there's been less of a focus on philanthropy, but in this kind of per capita, I think the dollars are constant, but the per capita dollars shrinking. Philanthropy is certainly reemerging as an opportunity to address, I think, these large societal problems for the public good. And we're definitely seeing very large investments, how to be responsive and attract foundation funding is a changing landscape as well. But, and again, because I've been looking very, very closely at our portfolio, relative to our peers, this is a big opportunity area for us. Looking at the NSF HERD survey, which is the higher ed research survey, we are relatively lower in funding from philanthropic foundations than peer institutions. But the Biocomplexity Institutes, again, leading the way with Sally and the group working with the Arnold Foundation, now reaching out to other foundations. And so helping Virginia Tech to get a foot in the door, I think is going to be really essential to tapping into those sources. And those are sources that span, I think, the range of basic and very fundamental discovery-driven research all the way through translational research. So that's a big opportunity for us. One of the challenges, though, is that the foundation funds generally don't return very much indirect. So that may be a challenge that we have to face in terms of how we ultimately support that. But then looking more broadly, there are opportunities, I think emerging opportunities, or maybe they're the same as those before, where if, again, with our very robust portfolio, if we can be responsive to some nearer-term problem-driven solutions, then oftentimes those help to build the capacity to develop the fundamental knowledge to continue to drive those forward. And in that respect, being responsive, I'm very excited about the new opportunities at DARPA. I was just talking to Madhav that the Biocomplexity Institute is at the sweet spot of the Defense Sciences Office right now. I met with Stephanie Tompkins, the division, the office director, and she was indicating that social analytics is really what she sees as the next big push at DARPA. And DARPA provides very substantial funding, and the nice aspect of that funding is that it does span, again, very fundamental all the way through applied and translational. So opportunities where we can have the robust enterprise that allows us to build that foundation and the fundamental support, perhaps with larger programs that allow us to be responsive and really drive the translational activities are also very important for the university. And that certainly connects into the drive in Richmond, where there's an increasing recognition of the value that the university plays in terms of economic development. So how do we translate those discoveries into commercial products? How do we provide the structure and the support that all of you need in order to do that? So I think all of those are important, and I'm not sure I directly answered your question, but hopefully touched on a few points that are relevant.
Right. Well, I think that, no, I mean, you both were all over the question. I guess my own personal view of this is that we do have to look at how to connect with and come up with new ways of connecting with both philanthropy in different ways and and corporations, commercial activities, whether it's for healthcare or it's the way this country is set up to run things, the way the big enterprises work in this country at least, are they're run as commercial enterprises. And if you want to be part of the big questions and part of the future, it seems like you have to have a way to work with them. Maybe the reallocation of the disequilibrium of the allocation of wealth in our country offers enough wealth in places to redistribute more than we've seen in a few decades. But it's hard to say. I do think that things like corporate what's it called? When you have a bunch of shareholders, like a shareholder group, right, that has a common interest that you bring together and around a class of problems that they contribute to and learn from. There are ways to get around regulatory impedances and competitive impedances for them, and we offer value as well as in that respect with respect to research. There's ways to get to unconventional sources. They're not completely whole cloth invented by us. Of course, other people have thought about these things, but I do think we need unconventional sources because I don't see the federal agencies growing enough to support us. But yeah, so well, I think we can wrap up, and I have one question that I'd like to wrap up with. Okay, and this is to each of you, please. What would be your top one or two aspirations for the Biocomplexity Institute? What would you like to see us become?
Well, I think the whole, and this is broadly defined, the evolution of what is referred to as computational thinking. If you can help to pioneer the ways in which we integrate that into our instructional programs as well as into leading edge research activity, I think it would be a tremendous benefit. You may disagree, but that's fine.
I think that's an interesting thing to say. It's not what I expected, but that's interesting, really interesting.
I think that experiential learning component is a critical part of the connection across the university and that richness of the problem space that you bring. But I think reflecting and looking forward, one of the questions that I was asked at my previous institution and that I asked very early on is oftentimes a hard question for universities to answer. It's what are the few areas of excellence at the university? And again, I found that we struggled with that. And when I look around the university and ask that question, what are the true areas of research excellence where Virginia Tech is the go-to place? And I think the work coming out in social analytics, in this broad-based connection across the broad space of biocomplexity, when I'm on the outside and we're talking to industry or we're talking to sponsors at the federal agency, Virginia Tech is a recognized leader in these areas. And that really lowers the barriers. Funding is competitive, but if you go in with the best ideas and you're recognized as a leader, then the likelihood of somebody coming to you and asking, can you do this program for us? Or just to dramatically increase your success rate in competitive programs is there. And so looking forward, it's really how do we make, as a university, how do you make as an institute, the strategic investments to continue to grow on that base and become even more the go-to place. So you're the recognized leader I think you're really, again, at a sweet spot in the future, and we can talk about it in the health space, health science and technology space, the defense sector. Yesterday we had a great conversation with one of our industrial partners in consumer products, and so there's such a rich problem space where the people and the tools that you've assembled and the partners that you've assembled puts you in the leadership. And so I think the trick there is, how do we continue to make those strategic investments to stay in the lead, because it's highly competitive market.
Thank you both.
Pleasure.
It's really an honor and a pleasure to have you here with us today and share your thoughts. It's been really interesting for me, hopefully, and you. So I think we move to the next round of our day now. And thank you. Let's
Are we ready? Are we ready? Can you guys hear me out there? Nobody can hear me. Okay, there's one. That's good, one person. Are we ready to get started? All right, well, welcome to the panel. We are, it's called Integrative Computational Systems and Determination of Policy, something like that. So we're going to do something a little different today. I hate panels and I hate talks. I'm too old to watch them. I usually fall asleep. So we're going to set it up kind of like a talk show. Okay, and there's a couple things. Who here watches talk shows at all, morning, nighttime? They're fun, and it's an interesting platform because it focuses on the differences instead of the similarities, which I think is more fun, but it's also sometimes more instructive. And it allows people to, it's also entertaining because people talk over one another. Sometimes there's yelling, there's disagreements and all that. So I want to foster that environment today. It's morning time. We're keeping the lights up, okay? So we're going to try to make this a little more, a little different. The one comment I'd like to offer Chris the opportunity, Chris Barrett, because of his unique position in the Institute, the opportunity to break in at any time if he'd like to, but the requirement is that he has to keep each of his comments less than 2 hours.
Is that breaking to dance?
That wasn't a joke. No. So we're going to do a talk show. You guys understand the scenario? If you guys get out of hand, I will moderate, okay? So don't worry about that. And if you don't feel like talking because you don't want to break in and talk over each other, just raise your hand like this, and I will point you out and make sure you have a chance to speak. So the scenario that we're going to talk on, a couple weeks ago, I sent out, I wanted to think about just a way we might get the discussion rolling amongst the panelists. So I sent out a scenario. I'm going to read it to you, which is going to try to set up the conversation. And the scenario was kind of like, the scenario was exactly, it's actually printed in the materials. Imagine a nation in which integrative computational sciences, to be defined, are used extensively from elementary school onward. There's a strong emphasis on systems and computation. The use of such things for designing, engineering, and solving problems in society is strongly emphasized. And this bleeds into real life, naturally, into industry, governance, the economy, health, etc. So integrative computational systems, they're part of the dominant worldview in the social fabric. So thinking about the future requires modeling to back it up. That's the basic idea. And we posed a couple questions amongst us. We had questions like, what benefits would be, in this kind of world, would be remarkable? What are the issues and limitations? How would this be different from today? How would we move forward from here to there if we decided it was a good idea? Should we even use modeling for societal purposes? Who benefits, and importantly, who loses? What does it mean to live in a world where we think modeling is the solution to all problems? What does it mean for culture, the arts? What does it mean for the humanities? What does it mean for daily life? In other words, what are the spillover effects? And, of course, the notion is if we predict something, of course it's not going to happen, right? So it's another problem. So this is some of the kinds of questions that we discussed a little bit. Just we didn't really focus too much on it. We were just trying to set the stage, the ferment, for a discussion now. So what we're going to do to start is, just so you have a little bit of context of where each person's coming from, I'm going to ask each panelist to just give us a minute bio, whatever bio you want to give us, that allows us to understand the kinds of comments and the perspective that you have with respect to the scenario that we're going to discuss. So why don't we just start with, so you introduce yourself and then your bio, but make it, think about what we're going to talk about and how what you bring to the table might be unique.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Okay.
I'm Kaj Abbas, and I'm an assistant professor in the public health program. And my research focuses on infectious disease system dynamics and public health systems research. Do you want me to go on or pass it on?
Tell us, I think tell us a little bit about, why we should believe anything you have to say about policy. Why are we paying you so much in this panel? Remember this, for the panelists, you're getting paid a lot, but you don't know if you'll get to come back, right?
I want to come back.
Okay.
Okay,
Good.
sounds good. So I would probably just start off with just a simple, like a take-home message of why we do any type of modeling in public health. Primarily, it's just inculcating what I've been doing for all the time, basically having some type of systems thinking in health policy and practice. And what we mean by systems thinking is fairly like understanding the system, analyzing the system, and improving the system, whether it's a health system or any other system. And many of you would have had experience being part of strategic planners or so on and so forth, where people want to improve something. But many times we don't even understand what you're trying to improve, nor do we analyze it. But all the time you always want to improve something. So what I like to just basically, how do I say, come across the key take-home message is to just take a backseat and like, what is that you're trying to understand, and then analyze it, and then improve it. And in the context of health system, potentially looking at efficiency, quality, and access. And with that, I will pass it on to the rest.
Okay, Adam.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Adam Eckert. I'm assistant professor in the Center for Public Administration and Policy. I guess you should believe what I have to say about policy because I study it for a living. And I do so from a perspective, so I am primarily a quantitative researcher and a modeler. So I do agent-based models of public policy, mostly looking at environmental issues, real estate markets, things like that. And I will be sort of playing the role here of the wet blanket who does this sort of modeling for a living and is deeply skeptical in the way that Mark framed it of its ability to lead us in the right direction with respect to public policy. And I'll elaborate about that as we go on.
So Adam, you realize where you are, right?
I do.
Okay, good. He's not from here. He's in Spia. No.
Good morning.
Rebecca?
My name is Rebecca Hester. I'm an assistant professor in Science and Technology Studies, or Science and Technology and Society here at Virginia Tech. And I'm a political scientist by training and a qualitative researcher. And my real interest is to look at the politics and social and economic uses of life. And so I study increasingly, as I'll talk about in my remarks in a little bit, I study the ways that life is taken up as a political problem to be managed and governed. So it's policy, but from a different angle. And I think on this panel, I'm set up as cannon fodder and the straw man. So I think Mark does that intentionally. Just about in every venue we get in, he wants to put me up there as the person who's always invoking French philosophers, which he's very skeptical about and makes him nervous. So anyway, so we've had an ongoing discussion. So I think I'm going to play that role today, somehow willingly, but I invite your comments.
So per contract, if you don't mention Foucault, then you're not getting paid.
Oh, huh. I hadn't put him in there because I thought you would be too phobic about it, but I might find a way.
Okay. Sally?
So I'm Sally Keller. I'm a professor of statistics and also the director of the Social and Decision Analytics Lab, and we're located up in the National Capital Region, part of the Biocomplexity Institute. And I think why you might want to listen to me is that I have a pretty broad base of experience that has brought science and policy together, ranging from the more traditional academic positions that some of my junior colleagues are currently in, to leading a major statistical effort at a national laboratory that looked at how we can actually do nuclear weapons systems assessment without full system testing, and then on to being a dean of engineering, leading the Science and Technology Policy Institute that supports the Office of Science and Technology, OSTP, Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House. Took a little academic administration foray, but we won't talk about that, and then came back to try to help extend the capacity of the Biocomplexity Institute in our mission to drive from molecules to policy. So I'm on the end of really trying to tie science and policy together. I have advocated for a very, very long time that we have to start to really think about the scientific process as the embedding of the scientific method within the political context that we're actually operating, but as scientists and engineers, we can't get caught up in that whirlwind. We just have to understand that it's there and improve the way that we communicate and drive forward. So I'm all about the data, not always all about the models, but want them to be informed as much as possible.
And Sally, since you're my boss, you'll definitely be coming back no matter what you say. So, okay, Brian?
Sure, I'm Brian Lewis. I'm a research professor here in the Institute, and I guess I'm sort of the guy that's all about the models as much as the data. I think the two are intertwined a lot. I've been working specifically in public health research and modeling it for a decade plus now, a lot of it here. And I've really seen it evolve over time. And when I first started out, I was a young master's student in Berkeley. I really saw where people would laugh at you, basically, if you said, hey, I'm going to try and model this problem. I'm going to try and apply a modeling framework to answer this public health problem. People would say, oh, no, we can just do that all with analysis. And so over the 10, 15 years now, I've seen it sort of get more and more incorporated in. I think we're sort of on a continuum of approaching a world, as Mark was sort of describing, where we are sort of embedding it. And I don't think we necessarily have to fear the loss of the arts per se. I think the arts are actually a process where you are representing things. And
Have you modeled that?
Modeled the art?
What you're saying? No, it's a joke. Sorry.
Yeah. No. But I mean,
not?
I think that's part of the point, though, right? Is that maybe, and this is where we'll probably start part of the conversation. What do we mean by modeling before we start arguing about whether modeling is good or bad or beneficial to society and how it could be? But I would start with the premise that humans innately model all the time. Our brains are set up to do that. That's why we were able to survive and evolve and become whatever superlative you want to put to our beings. But I would say we're pretty excellent specimens here, that we've achieved a lot. And a lot of it has to do with our brain's ability to model what's going on in the world, what's danger, what's not danger, how things are going to turn out in the future so that you can optimize what you're doing in the world. And so,
Okay, okay, that's good. So that's a good starting point, but I have to say one thing. I think people are really bad at modeling dynamics over time. That's why we have these other kinds of models. So I have to agree there. Anyway, let's start the conversation. Before we start it, I want the panelists, I'm just going to ask you to, this is going to be weird, but trust me, nothing dangerous. Close your eyes just for a second, okay? Now imagine the scenario that I just described to you about this perfect modeling world. And I'm going to say something. I want you to give your intuition and just raise your hand if you agree that that's a good thing. Yes or no? Fast, quick. That we do this. Yes, that we do this modeling. Votes? Sally? No?
I didn't understand the question.
See. This is the first time we're doing the show, so can we go roll to commercial now? We're going to try this again. Actually, this is being taped, so it doesn't matter. Let's try it again. So who here doesn't think that this is a good idea? I mean, this scenario, this world, I don't necessarily, my opinion isn't that important here, but to me, go ahead.
Do we have to vote in binaries?
Yep. That's part of the model.
Can we abstain?
Yeah, you can abstain.
Could you remind us what this is?
This world where the evidence we need to think about the future and policies towards the future and societal issues is really driven by a modeling perspective.
With or without data?
Good question. Let's start with that, Sally. Tell us why you just said that.
Well, because people talk about modeling, and for some people who develop models, they're modeling, physical laws, and there's not necessarily data involved there. For some people who are developing models, data is an inconvenience. And so I think we need to be clear if we're talking about modeling that's going to drive policy development, policy implications, that these models actually be highly informed by data. And that helps drive both the formation of the models, the adaptation of the models, the progression of the models, the dynamics that might be there. We have great ability today to observe the social condition in profound ways, from the bench biology all the way through our movement through cities. And that should be incorporated if we're going to do the models. But again, I've seen, and I know you alluded to it in your introduction, that to a lot of people, data is nasty sometimes, and it's just sort of inconvenient to use it.
Yeah, Adam, what do you think of that?
I'll talk more about evidence than data, because I think we're talking about similar things there when you say data.
Absolutely, I mean evidence.
And this question of, what I would step back and say is, what is evidence? Mm-hmm. And in my classes, I usually complain about the current presidential election, about being everything that's bad about politics. But take a look at what evidence means in the current presidential election. We're not talking about the same things. Evidence can be data, but evidence can be whatever Trumpian evidence is. It's something entirely different from data. So thinking about what type of evidence informs policy, when we get into the political arena, the evidence that is valued is not necessarily the data. It's other types of evidence, and that even extends beyond that. When we talk about what sorts of evidence will we use to make policy decisions, well, think of an example like climate change, where we can use data about the environment to come to one conclusion, or we can use data about the economy to come to the exact opposite conclusion. And so it's very difficult to, the data will inform, but they will not provide answers. And so I think that there's some expectation that data and models are going to provide answers. And I don't think that they do. They provide information.
That's good. Brian, you want
Right,
to say
right. I guess I would say in this world, whether it's dystopian or utopian that Mark has put up for us, I would argue that if it is embedded into the fabric of society that, we know how to do this process of take data, evidence, push it through a sort of a model that represents a system, and then try and derive policies or decisions based on the results of that sort of process, then you'd be able to have maybe more fruitful conversations. And perhaps, as you alluded to, the presidential elections, some of the conversations are really just people sort of talking across purposes. And I think that there are problems that we need to solve, and both of these people ostensibly are trying to solve these problems. They just are going about it a slightly different way. And if we sort of embed this thinking more deeply into the way society talks about it, we might actually have more common ground to say, hey, the way that we're currently addressing this, we don't understand the evidence for this very well. So you can then set out to answer gather better data, massage it in a better way, conduct an actual experiment to sort of answer the nuance of this particular point, which at the moment seems to be where the models are discordant with each other. And so that's where I would weigh towards a little bit more on the hopeful side of this world, where it would help foster discussion. If it really was embedded in the way that a lot of people thought, then at least you could say, well, you think this and I think that, and okay, those are against each other. Let's figure out a way to answer that question.
That sounds like Congress, right?
Right.
No, I mean, that's not a joke. So
I think it's more about transparency of what we're doing as scientists and engineers. Data is both quantitative and qualitative, and to me it encompasses information generally. So I think we're on the same page there in terms of thinking about how do we drive towards data-driven evidence. But when it comes to models in different worlds for which you get totally different results or totally different answers, if that's what you're after in the climate example that you gave, what's important is to understand and gain an understanding of what's fundamentally in these models and in the analyses that are driving us towards those conclusions and the data that's driving those, so you can have the conversations that Brian just said. You can begin to argue about that. You can begin to build counterfactuals and to try to understand the what ifs could happen and to have a conversation around it that's at least informed by something.
Todd, go ahead. Adam?
Yeah, I think that, and part of that conversation, this is the part that I worry is not being had, is the recognition of what the data don't tell us. I think that when it gets into the political arena, we have a focus, if we have a government that says we want to, data is what we do, we're data-based, there's a concern that they then focus on the data without acknowledging what the data is not measuring and all the complexity of the social world that's not encompassed in the data. So just for a real quick example, think of if we're taking a quantitative look at a community, one of the simplest things we'll measure is race. Well, we measure that by a set of basically categorical indicators, which if you step back and think about it, is an absolutely terrible way to consider something as socially complicated as race. But yet, if we want to quantify it, that's kind of how we have to quantify it. So if policymakers are appreciative of the fact that this is a really blunt instrument that we're measuring, then I think that can inform that conversation. What I worry about is that nuance is lost when it gets into the political arena, and it just becomes that this blunt instrument becomes meaningful in and of itself. And if that's the case, then I'm not sure.
Right, but if we had transparency, just to go with Sally, I used to do public health work, and race ethnicity was always there, right? So, but it's just a placeholder for, I study attitudes, so I do a computational model of attitudes on social networks. And one of the arguments I make to the public health community is that if you start thinking about computational models of attitudes as the actual drivers of health behaviors, you can't think of race anymore, because all it means for me, race is just a different training set that you use, right? So if I could tell that to policymakers, that breaks down the barrier, right? So I think the transparency thing, in a sense, is really a nice way to think about it. So we're all agreeing too much here, and I just have to say, if we're going to keep agreeing, I'm going to put up. I have this little movie. It's It's like a what's it called? It's like 5 steps to integrating policy with computation, so we have a better world. And it goes through the 5 steps that you need to go through, and we can just sit here and then we'll take a break and we can fall asleep. Or we could come up with maybe we can have Rebecca give us some comments. Give us the dark side, Rebecca.
I mean, one of the things that I worry about is it's along the lines of what you're talking about, which is really not only about what falls out in the moment, but the ways in which the probabilities that we come up with, the kinds of decisions that we make, actually foreclose not just a way of seeing what's in the present, but also potential futures, right? So where we start to go down this path and not that path. And my real concern with that has to do with the ways that that forecloses particular kinds of lives or particular kinds of what we might call molecular futures. So in my remarks, which, you know, I don't know why I prepared because I should have been
I think
I should have been
molecular
more
futures
prepared
is
for
enough.
this kind of
No.
off-the-cuff kind of thing. But this sort of anticipatory politics wherein we have some confidence about being able to act upon the future in the present time because we've modeled and simulated it to death. And so this idea that we've kind of come up with lots of different probabilities about, for example, whether we will see an emergence of, you know, swine flu in X place. And so the ways that we sort of preemptively take action upon the threat of the threat that this kind of facilitates, this kind of a confidence facilitates. So I'm actually interested much more in the temporality of it and the ways that it forecloses particular kinds of futures for living species, for humans, for animals, for potentially genetically modified mosquitoes. I mean, I'm much more interested in that than I am about whether this model does that or that model does this. But the technology and the confidence in the technology to court is what concerns me as a way of moving forward and shaping public policy.
So basically, you get too much confidence and you act, and then you actually close off other options.
Well, we've seen this. I mean, we've seen this so many times. Look at the probability or the conditional tense in which we went to war against Iraq. And now we have an endless war that, you know, ostensibly was about biological weapons of mass destruction. We had probabilities about capabilities, and that's the kind of conditional thinking that I think troubles me about some of this, the ways that we unfold this kind of logic, is that we have data and we think it's evidence, and then we use it in a sort of conditional way to act or preempt upon the future, whether that's a natural catastrophe, a biological catastrophe, somebody's political capability. And so the ways that that kind of anticipatory politics plays into the confidence that we have using these technologies is of concern to me.
So what alternative path would you take?
Well, I think there's a lot of different sources of information out there, right? And so I think, you know, mixing, as you have said, qualitative and quantitative without moving so far in such a way that we think that because we've modeled it or because we've simulated it or because we've come up with all the potential probabilities that that we should act. I think there are other ethical and political issues that fall out of that. Whether we should have even been in Iraq and gone for that, had a war, and I'm using this as, you know, sort of extreme example, but I can come up with other ones. Whether we should be strapping backpacks to migrating birds to try to figure out whether they're going to touch down and infect a flock in a particular area such that then we want to cull that flock because we're worried about the emergence of swine flu, I think doesn't take into consideration questions of subsistence living, for example, when that happened in Egypt, or even industrial farming when that happened in the United States, and the lives of the farmers that were affected. So, you know, leave the species relations alone and just talk about kind of the political economy and the ways that we actually foreclose certain kinds of lives in order to save other lives.
So it sounds, Rebecca, it sounds like you're talking about the scope of the models. It's not about modeling per se, right?
I think it's the kind of uses. As I said, I'm interested in the political uses of life, and to the extent that the life sciences are increasingly becoming the informational sciences or informatics or computer science, I think then we have to understand the ways that also invoke certain kinds of political technologies, political strategies, and ways of moving forward while also foreclosing others. That would be my perspective on it.
Okay. Kaja, we haven't heard from you yet.
Like one thing is, like, you know, irrespective of what evidence we may have, whether from a good model or bad model, whether from good data or bad data, irrespective of all of that, we'll have to have other factors that will have to fall into place for evidence, whether it's good or bad evidence, actually to trickle into policy in place. That primarily involves the social aspects. You can think of the endogenous aspects of the system, whether it's health system, health-related factors, and you generate a particular solution. But there are a whole number of exogenous factors, such as the social factors, the technological factors, the economic factors, the environmental factors, the political factors, the legal factors, the ethics, security. All of this will have to fall in place, even when you have good evidence, good data, good model, to actually trickle down into policy and practice. And in the absence of that, the extreme scenarios, even in the absence of data, in the absence of model, when these factors play into, when they become more prominent, they can get into actually trickle down into action, which I believe was the case in the scenario, in the case of the going to war in Iraq. Thank you.
So I think that's a really great description of when I had said earlier that I've been advocating for a long time that we try to embed the scientific method within the scientific process. And the scientific process I define to be understanding all of these aspects that you've just described, to understand how we use data or models or how we communicate as scientists and engineers, how that's going to affect all of those different pieces is really important. That we don't do this just in absence of this is just a cool problem, and so I'm going to throw some probabilities out there and see what happens. Then understanding all of the ethics, the political environment, all of these things is really important that we try to wrap our hands around so we can better communicate our science and communicate what we're learning to the decision makers. And so I would challenge my colleagues here, if I get, can I challenge
Yes,
them?
please.
So
You're definitely coming back.
how do we train our students to be able to be aware of these things so as they develop their science and their skills, they're able to communicate these much more effectively than perhaps some of us have done throughout our careers?
Well, can I say
Yeah,
one
yeah.
thing? Okay. I think one of the things that, from an STS perspective, we would really like people to recognize is that it's not just how we shape these technologies, but also how these technologies are shaping us. Mm-hmm. And so the idea that as they're designing technologies, as the technologies are, at their very sort of inception, they're always infused with human values, and they are always shaping human values. And so our, just because I do a lot of war studies, our idea of war and how war can be waged and should be waged have fundamentally changed as a result of some of the technologies that we have. And so we think that we just need better technologies to wage better war, but actually the ways that we think about war have been changed by the technology. So thinking of these as always political technologies and never as neutral and scientific in that way, I think is a good starting point, really. And to think about then the ethics of not only how they're used, but how they're shaped and what kinds of political, moral values are already infusing their shape. From an SES perspective, that's what we would pursue.
Yeah, and just to add to that, one of the things that I try to do in my classes is help students understand that data aren't objective. Data are value laden. Data are ideological. Here's just and not necessarily ideological in the political party sense, but here's a simple example. I was working with a local government who was wanted to track how they were going to set up their bus routes by looking at smartphone usage on the bus routes. Well, who uses buses? And who has smartphones? Those aren't necessarily the same populations. So they were collecting data that was giving them a very biased view of how to set up their bus routes because they weren't collecting data from the people that actually need to use the buses. And this is part of the complication that concerns me is I think students need to understand, when we're talking about a policy world, policy is a set of discrete choices that have to be made. It's not necessarily adaptive in the same way that we might think of adaptation as scientists. So we've got a set of discrete choices that need to be informed by data, and part of collecting data is collecting the data that we can collect, which leads to these inherent tensions between a recognition of what we need and what we have, and trying to make the best of that situation. So circling back around to answer your question, I think that those of us who train people who work for governments, we try to help them understand that all of these limitations of data and models and analysis, and be critical about what actually the data are telling them and recognize those limitations of what it's not. And I think scientists would do well to understand that as well.
So that would be my next question, is how does this get into the more general science and engineering students?
Yeah, it's difficult because in a world of a world that kind of has an ideal of objectivity, then you get into a political realm where that really doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult. I guess the best answer I could give is make the best case you can, but recognize who you're speaking to. They're not scientists, they're not trained to be scientists, and really, frankly, they shouldn't be scientists.
Well, let me just push on that a second. So the scenario I pushed was, we started in elementary school, so you might become a politician, but you have a good understanding of why we need models because we don't understand dynamics, whatever that scenario, that stick is. But in that case, then, there's other political problems that come up, right? Because you and I have this model. We both agree we need the model, but we're still going to come up with different results because we have political needs.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we? I think Sally's question is really, how do we really get past that? Is that even possible?
I mean, it sort of implies that there's an ideal policy outcome, and I'm not sure that there is. So you know, I think the best we can hope for in the political environment is that the people who are making decisions are able to critically analyze the information that they've been provided with and make whatever suboptimal decision they're going to make. You know, look, pick any public policy you'd like, and you have a suboptimal solution to a problem. And that's, as long as we have a democratic process, I can't imagine any other scenario.
And I have had experience working both with biomedical doctors and biodefense researchers, and through developing pedagogical practices for training them with social science lenses. And what I realize is that they need spaces from the get-go to be able to, they're not naive to the context of their work, right? They know the context of their work. They know that, you know, after 9/11, for example, the biodefense researchers, every grant that went out the door said something about national security in it because that was their gravy train. They knew that, even if they were heart of heart, hardcore public health researchers, right? They got on the gravy train because it would allow them to do the kind of research that they wanted to do. Then they saw their budgets going more and more to sort of protecting the security of the lab and to other kinds of things, right? And not so much to the research, and not to the research certainly that are the biggest killers in the world, but to other more obscure kinds of things. They're not naive to that. But where are the spaces for them to talk about the political economy of their work, the political context of their work, the social context of their work, the hierarchies, the gender dynamics? Those kinds of contexts are available to our students in the social sciences and the humanities, but they are often not available to our students in the STEM fields. And I hear that lament. I mean, I worked in a medical school for 5 years. I continue to work with students that are in the STEM fields, and pedagogically they are burning, yearning for spaces starting from the very get-go, where they can talk about this more ethical, social, political, and political economic context of their work.
Is that a new trend, or is that
What?
this yearning that the?
No, I mean, I've been
You think it's
working
always
with
been there?
students in medicine for years, and no, it's not. But I mean, I think that
But we haven't figured out how to solve it yet.
I think that pedagogically, you know, if we want to think about how we do things differently, we can start in the sort of curricular vein is one answer. There are many, but that's one I would propose.
And what's the other one? You have many. And what's a really good one
Can
besides?
someone else talk,
curriculum-
Mark?
What's that?
Let's hear from others.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Brian, you've been quiet.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I would argue that, you know, I think that's very true, but I think there's a continuum, right? I mean, medicine is actually a really good application in the social context of sort of quantitative biomedical experimentation, right? You're trying to figure out best practices from the evidence and then apply it to the context. My wife is a physician, and so I see her struggle with this all the time. I would say that many of the people in this institute are sort of on the other end of that spectrum, probably count myself in there, even though I count myself as a public health person through and through, where being able to discuss the political economy takes away from the ability to engage in some of the methodological development that you need to do to be able to make the models run better, or to capture some of the nuance that is important in that realm. And so
But that could be.
we have to put bounds on our
Right.
time, right? We can't.
Well, that can be solved at elementary school.
Right, well, so
Right,
that's
some of
part
the
of it, right, is embedding,
Yeah.
I mean, I agree, and so that's where I would weigh towards a utopian world where we're able to embed this sort of experiential learning of what it means to take information, provide some sort of, I mean, it's really just sort of a realization of the scientific process where you just sort of put it out on the table, like, here's the model, it says you take A, B, and C, and then you get out D, and then you make a decision about some problem that you're facing. If that really were embedded in the society, I think it would facilitate exactly a lot of the fears that Rebecca's talking about and the concerns.
But I meant the opposite. Put the social stuff and equity stuff in elementary school. Emphasize that, and then specialize in STEM later, or do both, right? Make it more equal. Okay.
I suppose what that presumes then is that once you get out of the sort of social science or humanities conversation, then you can just get out, like get the science done. And I would say, again, from an SDS perspective, all science is a social science, and it always, always is. So it always already is, even if you are doing your modeling, right? So to recognize it and make spaces for it, yeah, it would imply some structural change, right? Because there are larger structures of funding and research and tenure and other kinds of things that those kinds of imperatives impinge upon it. It's not that they're absent from the work anyway. And I would wager that many of you are having these discussions over the water cooler anyway, right? Or at home with your spouses or whatever. And so how do we then out those kinds of things, even once someone is practicing the science, because they are always, as you've been saying, they are always infused with the context. And so, it leads to less frustration, potentially, more education, sort of thinking through the ethics of the entire process as opposed to just the outcome and the uptake. I mean, I think that it could facilitate a lot of other kinds of things. One particular thing, mental health, right? I mean, I think it would be very helpful for people to have spaces where they could talk about some of these other things. So I don't know. That's just
we have 5 minutes left. So just the one thing I'm really interested in is a question that Rebecca raised, which is who wins and who loses. So the who loses part I think is really interesting. And I just think about, the standard equities argument in public health and the trickle down of look at health behaviors in populations that are underserved. They're really different. So the obesity rate in black women in the United States is over 50-some%, okay? And compared to white women, it's like 28%, stuff like that. Is there an inequity similar to that, a parallel? If we would go forward with this world, starting now, because it's going to take a while, would those inequities actually be enlarged? Because some people would get the really good models in some societies that could pay for them, and some people couldn't. I mean, that's just a starter, but where are the inequities lying? What do we have to watch out for? Abby.
It's not just the models, it's the education. I mean, we're seeing this now. With our focus on STEM education, that we are, in essence, I think, starting at a very young age, privileging the STEM fields over other types of learning in a way that's not necessarily, that the educational models don't necessarily bear out. And so who tends to get the better STEM education? Well, it tends to be the people who live in the wealthier school districts. And so over time, as this evolves, as if we are presenting it as if, and you and I were talking about this earlier, the idea that we're going to use science to solve policy problems is nothing new. We've been doing this for 150 years. We've been thinking that if only we had better information, we could rid ourselves of this messiness of democracy and come up with better solutions. Why am I skeptical about policy models? Exactly that. Policy models, data analytics, these things are not going to solve our policy problems because it still has a political system that it has to go through. And if we continue to sort of privilege the folks who already have the privilege to get the good education and do the models themselves, they're going to go model from their experiences, which is going to reinforce what their experience has been, which potentially leaves people who are bad off now even worse off in the future.
Okay. All right, we'll get to wrap up in a second. Who wants the last word? Okay. We're going to go over just a little bit, so no lunch for anybody. Rebecca? Just each person give your last word.
I simply want to say that the inequities that I'm worried about certainly are the ones that have to do with social justice and public health, but I'm actually much more interested in this idea that we should optimize, not just models and ways of modeling and simulating, but also populations. And so I think that the ideas, particularly with the kinds of technologies, molecular genetic technologies that we have out today, that kind of infusion of who and what becomes the optimal or the optimized population and who doesn't is inherent, again, in the technologies and the ways that we think about their uses. And so this idea of inequity is something that we should think about for my purposes about what kind of molecular futures do we want, and what are we kind of generating and engineering with the technologies that we're using, and are we thinking about that? That's one thing. And then the other thing I want to say is, this may be Pollyanna-ish, but I also think that there's something to be said for not trying to engineer, whether socially or otherwise, technologically, our futures and our bodies and our societies. I think that there should be room for uncertainty and not trying to figure out the future before it gets here. That's my own little take.
Kaja, we're just going to go around from there. Go ahead.
My thoughts are in essence, all of us are irrational and we make subjective decisions. The use of data and models is that can we make more objective rational decisions. And in the context of health policy, the hope of the outcomes is primarily to improve health efficiency, equity, quality, and access. But we need measures to hold on to it. Any objective, whether it's models or something else, whatever it may be. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Brian, we're going to go back and forth. Brian?
Sure. So I guess to play off of your point of the concern of optimize might lead us down to a path where things become worse off, or we're optimizing for the wrong thing. I think it's a question of how you weight the values that you are optimizing for. And I think as we optimize some aspects of things, we generate excess resources where we can then reconsider, what optimal world, what utopian world we're trying to create for ourselves. And I am hopeful that we would be able to make it more and more inclusive, and you're not able to exclude people. And I would argue that the process we've been in, we're not ever going to get rid of the messiness of democracy and arguing with different points of views and different values and different power players trying to get more of what they want. However, I'd say that over the past 150 years, we have improved a lot of our species. I mean, we're living in a much more just world in many ways. I think there's still, not to say that we're all the way there.
Global warming, sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah. And so we've over-optimized for capital improvement, right? And so we're discounted the value of living in a cleaner world. We're still arguing over that somehow. I don't know why we're still arguing over it, but not recognizing the problem. But right, so we can destroy ourselves, certainly. But I think that's always been in the offing, and that's what people have been very good at doing for a very long time. I think that we're slowing down that rate.
Okay, with that, Adam?
Yeah, to that end, I would say that in a policy debate, more information is always better than less information. That information needs to be high quality, and it needs to be understood by the people who are using it to make decisions. The caveat to that is that we need to recognize we will never have complete information, and so policymakers also need to understand what information is lacking when they're making a decision so that they can be fully aware of the biased picture that the information is giving them, even if that bias is just that these are the data we were able to collect versus what we could not.
All right, Sally, last word.
Well, I'm going to sort of circle back to your kindergarten on up question, that when I look out at how we are going to approach the world ahead of us, we're going to approach it in interdisciplinary teaming ways. The problems today are just too big for any one field, for the communication to be able to flow, the social scientists, the humanitarians, the scientists, the engineers. We need to be bringing at the earliest possible stages these fields together to work together to solve some of the most pressing problems and to bring that information forward, to learn how to communicate it, to educate the politicians and policymakers as we go forward. And I think that if I come back to the purpose of this day, which is the BI Symposium, which is a wonderful example of how we come together massively in teams to try to address problems and to try to have that political context in our sights. I think we agree on this panel a whole lot more than we disagree.
Yeah,
and that I want us to all work together as we're training those next generations from kindergarten on up.
Okay, great. So I'll leave you with one final thought. Thank you, everybody, it was very interesting. So I was working with, I didn't really end up working with her, but it was someone from the NEA, National Endowment for the Arts. This is about a year ago. I was trying to start a project with them. Didn't go anywhere, but her goal in her research group was trying to figure out how to get people from a scientific perspective out to see more live music. So that's optimizing. I think it's really weird, but that's just me. Anyway, thanks, everybody. Questions? You guys want to stick around for a minute or two? There must be at least one burning question, Chris.
So I have a question. So my question is this. So you're talking about modeling or not modeling and debating stuff. If you look at voting systems, so voting systems are a model of an ethical decision. And they're an imperfect model of an ethical decision. But they take each of the participants' experience and beliefs and whatever evidence that they have, and they collect it together to give evidence of what something like a collective, the basic weight of opinion is on something, like who should be president or something. And we know they're imperfect, and we know that they are impossible to make perfectly fair. Mr. Arrow taught us that. And that's the point I want to make, is to understand that model, which is, it is a model. It's a model of a just decision, one that people can agree to and not kill each other over because they've agreed to the justice of the method, even if its imperfection from time to time in its outcomes occurs. To understand it, to be able to accept it better, they modeled it. Right? And we continue to, because, and it's a question, there's different ways to approach it. You can approach it as game theory, you can approach it as theoretical computer science, you can approach it as a thing in normative ethics. There's a lot of ways to approach this question, but irrespective of it, I think that one of the issues I have, I guess, with the discussion is really one that comes to the notion of there is no way to have evidence without a model, it seems to me, of some kind. And there's no way to have the social constraint associated with the values that change without some sort of at least collective modeling process like elections. And I just wanted to hear your reaction to including the process itself as a kind of social modeling technique, not just voting. There's all kinds of these things, mate selection rules and ethical responsibilities of parents and all kinds of things that are imposed on us in the name of some sorts of normative ethical structure or models.
Foucault has something to say about that.
What's that? Oh, yeah, good.
Foucault has something to
Please.
say about that.
The show's over, so you can say Foucault.
Okay, good. Whew. Will I get my paycheck after this? I think one of the problems that I have actually with that kind of a perception is that it assumes that we are all preformed and can be, in some ways, have our opinions or our attitudes or something like that sort of taken and put into a model. And I think I have a much more fluid understanding of agency and individuality and subjectivity than that. And so to capture something at a sort of finite moment is fine and can give us some information, but I often find myself of 6 or 7 or 8 minds. And so I'm trying to figure out, who am I when I'm trying to respond to this kind of thing? And I think it doesn't allow for the ways that the model itself also forces me or produces me as a particular kind of individual or subject that has to answer those kinds of questions or respond in a certain way. And so, to invoke Foucault, power and technologies are productive of subjects as much as they seek to capture some form of subjectivity. So I just have a very hard time understanding the purpose of that when it comes to understanding the fluidity and complexity of individuals. That's my own take on it. Sorry. Somebody else can answer.
Anybody else?
Oh, I would just say, I'll go to the adage that all models are wrong, but some are useful. And, in whether we're talking about a mental model, whether we're talking about a computational model, there's a set of assumptions that's driving the results. And if those assumptions aren't critically analyzed, then the utility of that model needs to be questioned. And, in part, you could make a lot of claims about the voting decision, whether we're talking about the individual level, the collective level, about the assumptions that are driving the behavior of the model there. And I think those are worthwhile questions for us to be asking, I think, of social scientists, certainly.
Yes.
I think you had a point there. We were talking about that data may be biased, or evidence may be biased or imperfect. The same is true for model. Every model has a purpose and is designed with a question in mind to be answered. It is never objective, so just being the question. So in that sense, up to now, the modeling seemed to be objective, and I just want to throw in it's not.
And I don't think we were trying to imply that they were objective. I think that the importance, again, of transparency to understand the formation of that model, the assumptions that drove that model, the conceptual aspects and pieces that went into the model, the choices that were made, and in the use of that model is really critically important, and not to treat it as a black box.
Yeah, I completely agree. But yeah.
Any other questions?
Go on. Right now, the hottest word is ring. Everything is ring. So if the model is ring, then you fit your data to your model.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
I got a quick
Yes, please.
So, this is Sally. Getting back to your point on integrating data, right, and from diverse sources, I really like that standpoint where you ask the question first and then you try to build things in together. Something I've struggled with, someone from more of the molecular side, is how do you weigh different data sets? Like, where does that come into play? I mean, it's not really a clear playing field, and there's some objectivity, but what's kind of the rationale or the methodology?
Well, so I think that's where some of the theory and the subject matter expertise has to come into play, so that you can get an understanding of the use of the potential data sources, and also just what you need to do to get them into a shape, if you're repurposing data from somewhere, of how you can use it. But you need to do that in the context, you need to do that in context. You need to do that with people who understand those data sources, and with understanding some of the theoretical premises behind how that data could have emerged.
That's where you model, basically, right?
I asked Brian.
Yes, please.
My question is actually for Sally as well. If you could speak a bit more about what you were saying about incorporating the scientific method into then informing policy, because the scientific method is a very idealized, stylistic idea. I mean, we know science is messy, as life is messy. So how do you envision this idea of incorporating scientific method into kind of informing policy?
So I think we need to stay true to the scientific method. I think that's part of my point, that there's this whole scientific process around us, this whole political process, the ethics, all of these sorts of things that are around us as scientists and engineers. And we can't let that we can't let that torque our objectivity. I mean, my objectivity and your objectivity may be different, but we have to stay true to the scientific method, to the way that we do our science, and not allow ourselves to be influenced by some of the policy and other sorts of things. So the example of when, after 9/11, when people needed to cast their research in the context of national security, it was fine to understand that and to cast your story into how this perhaps helps national security, but that shouldn't distort the scientific method that you're going after when you're doing your research. That's what we have to do. We have to learn to communicate, but we have to stay true to the science and to the scientific method.
And just to add to that a little bit, the policymakers are going to make decisions based on weighing evidence that they're getting from a variety of different sources. And I think that to the extent that scientists are able to talk about that process and talk about how that process produces results that have at least some level of validity to them, reliability, validity, et cetera, versus information that may be coming from other sources that is purely moralistic, that has no basis whatsoever, except that it sounds good. So I think that conveying that process to policymakers may and scientists just have to understand that in policy debates, you're going to lose to terrible arguments sometimes. and that's the way it's going to happen. But taking kind of the longer view is, over time, do we win more often than we lose? And that's sort of how, thinking about the way that you're presenting the evidence, not necessarily trying to apply that process to the political system.
And we need to do a better job of educating the future policymakers.
Rebecca, are you holding back ideas? You look very thoughtful.
I thought I was cut off already.
No, you're not. Well, I don't think so, since the questions are going. Go ahead. I'll give you 1 minute. And then we'll have to wrap up.
Question?
You have 1 minute.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I want to pick up on Taryn's question because, again, when you get into the science of the scientific method, I think, again, I want to go back to the idea that there are social values embedded in the science and the way that we do the science. There's cultures in labs, there's all kinds of things that will influence the kinds of imperatives that happen, right? And which data points get included and which ones don't, which ones get weighted how. So even as we're staying true to the science, there's also all of these other considerations that impinge upon the scientific method. And I think that was Taryn's point. And so trying to figure out how to how to account for that. At the same time, you want to be able to say something meaningful that will contribute to larger policy decisions, I think is something to continue to discuss and think about.
Any other questions? One more? No? Okay. Can we, I think we're going to have to cut it off. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
If you have
sure.
questions from the
Cut
panel, they'll be around hopefully for the rest of the day. All right, thank you.
do we start? With that?
I think she's just going to encourage people to come in and we wait
Okay.
a minute.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Symposium 2016. And today we discuss about the use of high-performance computing in the life science. So I still remember, so when we talk about high-performance computing, it's quite far away from our daily life. So I was remember that when I was a PhD, I still remember when I get up at midnight, 12 o'clock to book the notes. So kind of I'm wondering, so what does the other guys is using the computer for? So today we have a chance to ask the biologist or the chemist to know what are they actually using high performance computer to do something. So before we go into today, so the panel is moderated by me and Eric. So at some point, we will switch our position. So the people standing here will become taller and with blonde hair. So, okay. So before going into discussion, let us first introduce our 5 speakers. So who you are and what are you working at and why are you here? So just from left to right, Robert.
Sure. So my name is Bob Sutledge. I am a computational and data scientist with ARC. ARC is the Advanced Research Computing Group at Virginia Tech. So we're sort of the scientific face to the high-performance clusters at Tech proper. So I guess why I'm here is my career, I've always been sort of a collaborative consultant. And I've always used high-performance computing, and I've been in and out of this institute, and now Virginia Tech, and big pharma, and that type of thing. And I've seen some different computes, and so my job here is really to be sort of an advocate, evangelist for the computers here, and really to help people use the facilities that we have at Tech, and they're pretty good.
Okay, I'm Kevin Shinpo. I'm the Director of IT here at the Biocomplexity Institute. So in the IT group, we provide a lot of computing resources for the researchers here. So that scales from, a lot of times from, really small uses like virtual machines. We always also have some large-scale resources like Shadowfax. And so our team tries to provide the resources that the researchers need. Sometimes that's a difficult challenge because the language that's talked between the two groups is not always the same. And also, it's hard to make something usable as well. Recently, we're in the process of building a new data center. So we're going to have a 2 megawatt facility down at the end of this other hall. So we're basically run out of space and cooling in our data center upstairs. And then also recently we got in a new NASA machine from NASA Goddard Flight Center. They donated a machine for us for use. And it's essentially doubling the size of Shadowfax. So about 280 nodes, 240 of the nodes will be able to use in one cluster. And then also another initiative we're taking is expanding our data storage. So we're adding another 1.3 petabytes to storage.
I'm Rebecca Wadham. I'm an assistant professor here at the Biocomplexity Institute. I consider myself a biologist that has been forced through my changing environment to use high-performance computing, sometimes very reluctantly. I'm part of the Patrick Project, which is a NIH-funded bioinformatics resource center. And on that, I am the biology and outreach lead. And part of what I see my role as is Biologists are not necessarily computer scientists, but increasingly they need computer algorithms to analyze the data that they have to generate in order to get funding. They shouldn't have to be computer scientists. So I stand between the computer scientist and the biologist as the translator, telling the computer scientists exactly what the biologists need and how they can make their programs more biology friendly so that it's easy for them to use, and also telling the biologists, helping them understand how to use these algorithms.
I'm Dave Bevan. I'm a professor in the Department of Biochemistry. I also chair the interdisciplinary PhD program in genetics, bioinformatics, and computational biology, or GBCB as we call it. And I've been using computational methods for a very long time. I've been here at Virginia Tech for 36 years. Remember when the one computer we had was in the lowest level of Burris Hall, and you'd carry your deck of cards over there to have it processed. So it really goes back. And as I was sitting here thinking about it, well, I published a paper nearly 30 years ago where we were doing compartmental analysis of a biochemical system that we were studying. But my research focus now is in molecular modeling, and I've been applying these methods for a number of years now, having made a transition to that through sabbaticals, research leaves, so that now that's what we use in my lab. Usually in conjunction with experimentalists, faculty here in the Biocomplexity Institute, in chemistry, in biological sciences at the university. And so it's a way for us to complement what is going on experimentally. It's because, as we've talked about models, we could model just about anything, but we need to have some basis in reality. And so we try to pair what we're doing with our computational methods with experimentalists.
I'm David, David here. I have a lab here. It's called epigenomics and computational biology. So they somehow link to computing here. So I will share with you what we did in the lab. So my lab has 3 components I think is important. The first component is biotechnique. So we are developing techniques to do high-throughput sequencing, so sequencing technique, generate a lot of data. So the first component is data generation. The second component in my lab is data analysis. So of course, you develop a new technique, you have new type of data, you need new algorithm, how to look at the new data. So this is one thing. And the other thing is that there are numerous existing data sets out there. How to analyze the data in a different way, unique way, and able to see important biological questions. So that's the second thing, is data analysis. The third thing in the lab is biological questions. So we need to have applications. So either technique or analysis method is served in the third. I think it's the most important one, is biological questions. I need to say that the biological questions not just came from my lab. So I highly depend on my collaborators. And then they give me their interesting biological questions and work together. So my collaborators within this institute, in the campus, and outside the campus. So we have this cycling, I call it as a cycling, like biological question, biotechnique, and data analysis rolling together. And hopefully we'll move forward. And this process, we do need the computer component there, because we are emphasized on the high throughput sequencing analysis, generation analysis. We start from the genomics, epigenomics, transcriptomic, like ChIP-seq, transcriptome binding, and now we migrate to single cell RNA-seq, for example. All this information we need to integrate together. This need computational sources.
Thank you for the speakers. So today we will roughly go through the following topics. As Kevin mentioned, people from different fields use different language. The first thing we need to do is we need to give a definition of what is high performance computing. So for short, I call it HPC. So let me ask each of you, what does HPC mean to you?
So, Robert?
Sure. So I'm gonna ask maybe a slightly different question, and the question that I'm gonna ask myself and then answer is really, why do I need HPC? And in my mind, it's a really simple answer, and that is because I can't get done what I need to get done on my laptop. So in some cases, that means that the data just simply doesn't fit there. In other cases, it means that the whatever computational model that you're running doesn't finish in a reasonable amount of time.
And let me ask, how high is high to your experience? So you said you have some jobs cannot handle by laptops, but you may go to that desktop or even station.
Sure.
So how high is high?
So again, there's two components. One is just size of the data. So my largest data set is somewhere around 100 terabytes.
Mm-hmm.
The other is that on the computational side, how many models do you want to get done in a given amount of time? So I've got one analysis that we're doing that we've run over 1,000 models, and it took all summer.
Okay, thank you. How about you, Kevin?
I'm going to echo some of the same things that Bob said. It's also not necessarily the size and the computation, but also as you look forward, you need to have if you're doing this data processing or simulation, you need to have a robust way of doing this. And if you just do it on your laptop, you're taking a risk there. You might not have backups. You may not be doing it properly, other things like that. So it's really it's encompassing a whole cyber infrastructure sort of framework as well. So essentially, we're just high-end technical computing. So how can we provide you guys the resources that you need? So it's not just computation, it's not just data, but it's also creating frameworks for you guys to be able to bring in your data or your models, process them in such a way. Are you having to give other researchers access to the data? Does it need to be curated? Do you tie your papers to this? So there's a whole framework that you have to start looking at.
Yes, thanks. I totally agree with you. I still remember the day I lost the data for half a year, and I'm suffering. So, okay. So how about you, Rebecca?
Well, mine's a little different because I am a biologist, and so high-performance computing to me means it's going to be a big data set. It's going to be hard for me to analyze. I'm going to have to try to find a collaborator to help me or do a considerable amount of reading to try to figure out a way to analyze this data. So I think that's traditionally a way a lot of the experimental biologists that they're faced with. I get a lot of people writing to me that have gotten data from genomic centers saying, I don't even know which file has the data. Can you help me just look at this and try to assemble this genome because I don't even know which file it is. So it's not necessarily, I couldn't tell you how many gigabytes it is. To me, it's how long will it take to upload, and are there the algorithms freely available and friendly enough that I can use them.
Okay, Bob?
Now it's your turn.
So again, I look at this from a very practical perspective. And in this case, with molecular models, I want to be able to simulate a system that's as big as I want it to be for as long as I want to do it. And of course, we have to have limits on that because of the current computational resources. They're great, but we still have to think about, well, how long is it going to take me to do this? And so at one time, if we had a system of 50,000, 75,000 atoms, that was pretty big. Now we can easily be over 100,000, 200,000 atoms. But when you start to get up towards 1 million atoms, then it gets a little bit harder, and one has to make even more approximations than one does as we currently have to model these kinds of things. But these kinds of approximations are built into any of these techniques that are used, so we have to decide for the question I'm trying to answer, Do I have to make the system more simplified or just simulate for a longer time? Another factor that's come in, and something that Bob had mentioned, is this: how many systems can I run at once? More and more in the literature, they really are expecting replicates of our simulations. It used to be if people did one for a relatively long time, that was enough. But now it really takes a lot more, at least to get into the higher quality journal. So it's having access to the resources that lets us run things that are state of the art, which is really what HPC is to me.
How about you?
I think it would be very similar as what Dave just said, but from a different data, different kind of data input. So he's talking about molecular simulation interaction. As I mentioned before, my lab is working on sequence, so high-throughput sequencing. High-throughput sequencing, like you're talking about RNA-seq, talking about messenger sequencing, chip sequencing, it has different level, scale. Some of the data, yes, you can use PC to handle it, but some of them is impossible. For example, this week we are going I just talked to Sai, we are going to finish high-throughput sequencing run. So I expecting terabytes data, probably I don't know, at least half terabyte probably data. So it's impossible you open it with your PC. So we have to rely on cluster. So that's what we have to do. And all this data load to cluster, then you need an algorithm to analyze the data, right? You need to using not just one node, multiple nodes. For example, for sequencing mapping now, for messenger mapping, it takes us 2 days. So if you can tell me can finish 2 seconds, of course I will be very, very happy, right? So I think computational power means a lot to us. Now one of the students in my lab, for example, is analyzing 27 messenger data for brains. And then I asked him like how long time you can finish. Probably take a month you can using the cluster at this moment. And even more painful for us is that we can only download a piece of data at a time, and then delete, analyze, delete, another one coming. So it takes even longer, even just using a currently in the cluster is still slow. And then I really want to talk to Kevin, so you have new machine coming, we want to use it.
Okay, but so as you mentioned, so currently you say it may take 2 days, you will consider this acceptable, but after 10 years, maybe the computational power increase, but at that time, maybe you have 10,000 terabytes data. So how do you do that? So kind of, what kind of problem you are, so when you, the problem you encounter, so you say, oh, you must go to HPC. And how do you, just so from the biology side?
Okay, so one, you are talking about more hardware. So
yeah.
I assume this question is for me. So I jump in there. So one side is on hardware. For example, one node I have big enough space to hold my data first, right? And then the second thing, whether or not you have the power to calculate processing the data. So there's 2 issues here. The third thing, you are talking about biological side, whether or not you have good algorithm. So what kind of questions, what kind of conclusion you can draw from the data, from the input? I think that is in the lab side. From my student, we spend more time is looking on, yeah, we have this input, but what we can get out of it. So that means the most to us. So that is we spend most of the time. For the hardware or how to do the parallel computing, I think I will rely more heavily on Kevin. They can help me out.
I can also speak on the change in the size of data. When we first started our project, this bioinformatics resource center called Patrick, there were 8 bacterial genomes. Now we have 80,000, and we have to coordinate and integrate a variety of data types and provide the links out and tools for biologists to use. So it first started to be so easy, just, at first we thought 8, that's the way we looked at the world. But now with this massive amount of data, we realize that there have to be different access ways into data, because it's just impossible now there's so much data, and I'm not saying there's too much, because there's certainly areas that we haven't explored, but there's so much data, it's really hard for people to find the data that they need to compare their fresh experimental data to. And what doesn't help is that our government, like NIAID and GenBank, they have them organized in disparate databases that they aren't interconnected well. So bringing in all this data together is a tremendous task, and it requires a lot of computer resources, as you well know, because you house a lot of it.
Oh, how about Kevin say something? Because you know from hardware, how does the history of HPC handle this problem?
Well, yeah, it's gone from being single image machines now to multiple clusters. And really, I think the biggest challenge for a lot of these guys is how to program these things. Because it used to be you could take your code that's on your laptop and it'd directly work on one of the other machines. You might have to tweak or recompile and stuff like that. But nowadays, they need to understand how to parallel program. And this is not an easy thing.
And should biologists, I mean, to me, becoming a biologist is hard enough, a scientist. There needs to be, they can't all be computer programmers as well. Right. So it has to be set up in a way that's friendly for them.
Yeah, and that's where we need kind of the layer in between. We have the hardware people over on the IT side. We have the research scientists, but we need these people that develop these algorithms. And for a lot of this, we do somewhat of a decent job, but in some cases we do not. And that's, where do we get the money to hire these people to be able to talk both languages?
So that's one thing that we've done at ARC, is we have positions like myself where we're sort of that interface and go-between. So I'm gonna talk to the other problem is the data set's not that big, but you want to do a lot with it. So a researcher came to me and said, you know, I've got this model. It's shorebird migration model, and I want to run about 30 models, and it's taking me about 2 weeks to run one model. It's like, okay, you know, we can put this on our HPC. Let me see your code and rework it a little bit and see what we can do with it. So I brought it back to her and showed her that we could do the same model in about half a day. And she could submit 30 or 48 jobs at one time. And she came back in about a week and she said, okay, well, now, actually, I want to run 1,000. And so the data set didn't change, right? It's a small data set, but we're able to ask more questions or bigger questions. And so she's wanting to check out you know, different distributions and different covariates. And so we've enabled science that wouldn't otherwise be possible through bringing a project from desktop to HPC. And I think that's what we're bringing.
Okay, so, well, we can see that it is very time-consuming to learn a new technique. So, and then at some point, if you decide to investigate half a year to learn some technique, you want some return. So, how do you, in biologists, how do you handle this problem? So, what kind of problem you decide? Okay, so I need to learn for half a year and do the HPC computing.
Half a year.
And if I could address that first, perhaps. But for those kinds of things, it's going to take that long. It really is essential to develop these collaborations because, as was already pointed out, we can become experts at some things and pretty good at others. But to try to be experts on both sides of that is very difficult. Now, I can put in a shameless plug for GBCB, and what we have are students who come in with very different backgrounds, with computer science backgrounds or math or biology, and we try to give them training in their complementary areas. And I think it's working well, but at the same time, the students also recognize that this is what I'm going to be focusing on, at least for the time being. And so they get some complementary training and perhaps can be these people in the middle to help with some of these kinds of problems, but at the same time, they're still going to have their own strengths. So ultimately, having collaborators who are experts in some of those other areas is the way to go, from my opinion.
Okay, so, well, I would ask, so how easy to access the HPC? So because to my experience, I always need to apply some accounts, and there's a barrier. After I really start to have the first sample to test, the program maybe half a year is gone. So how to make this administration easier to the user?
Well, we all pivot to Kevin.
Well, I guess I'll give my perspective first as a user, and then they can give their perspective as the providers. But the resources I use are through advanced research computing, and I've used these for many years, and I find our access to be excellent. Again, we have to write proposals, relatively short, relatively painless process to get computing hours on there, but once we have them, then we're able to continue to update, put our publications up there, our grants, and we can continue to get more hours. And just very recently, it was just within the last week or so, there was a new postdoc who arrived in another lab that I work with, and he had some training in using these modeling programs, but he needed access. And it was very simple in terms of me telling him where to go to apply for an account. I went in and added my allocation, and within a week and a half of being here, he was running jobs. So I found that to be very effective.
And I would say similar, it's never been access that's the problem for me, it's running the programs. That's the hard part for me.
Yeah, I think sometimes the barrier is not necessarily so much the access, but you're coming into a new environment that's usually a lot of times Unix related, and now you have to learn how to use a queuing system, and then you're maybe taking codes that originally were developed as a single-threaded model or something like that, and now you need to do this thing on a larger scale. So do you spend the time to parallelize it, or can you do it as an embarrassing parallel methodology where you won't launch thousands of copies of this one thing? So there's a lot of decisions that have to be made, and a lot of times it's not easy because mapping these two things together is difficult. Then you also have what programming language are you going to use? So, people are doing stuff on their desktop that might be Java or Perl or something else, and then you go to the HPC resources. These things don't scale very well. And so you're sacrificing a lot of performance, but to get that performance, you're going to have to make a time investment. And where that comes into your is this going to be worth it for you? You're the ones who are going to have to make that valuation. Well, hopefully we can get people to help you over some of those hurdles.
I would echo that. The access is usually not the issue. It's really the interface change, right? So, if we rewind a little bit in time, back to DOS, that was an awful time period, right? I mean, the first problem was just here's my data, it's on a disk, and I'm going to give it to my friend. They've got a Mac, and now they can't read the floppy, right? So that's kind of where we're at still with HPC. We've got these people that are trained to use computers on Windows or Mac, and now we're giving them a terminal. And so there's some issues right away. They see that little blinking cursor, and it's like, what do I do? And so I think what we're seeing is that there's more effort going into sort of Windows-driven. I don't mean Windows, but Windows-driven or GUI interfaces for biological applications. And Patrick is a great example of that. We also see things like Galaxy and that type of thing that we're porting onto our HPC clusters, and that will sort of reopen up sort of some new avenues of inquiry that maybe we don't see today by simply improving the access to our clusters in a sort of seamless or invisible way.
I think we have a little bit more to discuss here, but before we go further with that, I want to open things up for any questions or topics that people might have in the audience. And say if people do have things, just point out, we have a couple people with microphones here that will come around. And so if you can wait till the microphone is to you before speaking. And also if you have a follow-up, please wait for the microphone for your follow-up. But I think I see a question already here in the. Can you put your hand up a little more, Shooting?
Hi, this is more of a comment following up on what you said, and I think it's true that, so in my previous research, I've been on the other side of what Rebecca is doing, like on the computer side, and doing extensively work on these high-performance systems and developing parallel applications. So one thing I too find is that the interface of these HPC systems, I think it needs to be improved, because right now most of the systems only provide a Moabo, like a talk-like interface. But there are these science gateways and also these nice data management systems out there which are not readily available in HPC clusters. And I see this as one of the reasons why people sort of go towards these cloud-like systems, because not necessarily they perform well, but they have these nice interfaces for where you can see your data, share your data, or like share your project or the experiment that you did. And in my experience, I found this really hard to do with HPC systems. For example, I would work with some biologist, and then all of a sudden I need to use the same data, but then it's not really, unless I manage my own data by myself, it's not really efficient for me to like share this experiment. Okay, take this experiment, use that data to run yours. We had to come up with our own systems, but I think it would be beneficial if HPC systems can integrate some of these new technologies and have a nice interface on top of them.
Yeah, we're seeing some of that. The NSF has their big data initiatives, and so they're trying to make it easier for users to be able to share data. So there's cloud-like interfaces. You typically have some of your large-scale storage on these large systems, but there's a way for you to say, I want Bob here to be able to have my data for maybe a period of 6 months or maybe permanently or something like that. So maybe you got 2 copies out there, or they could be referenced some other way. But the key thing there is, on a lot of this stuff, you still need the manpower to develop these systems. And so we need ways to getting that funded. And that's one of the key critical things. There's a lot of stuff that we can use that's already out there and build them together, which will help a lot. But I think there still needs to be this very simple way of integrating these systems together so we can move data around, we can collaborate, and it still has a lot of work.
Do we have time? So I'd like to ask a question that maybe is for everybody on the panel, and it's motivated by something that I've been thinking about, but I heard as well said very well. So first is that I think that the notion of HPC, as we discussed, maybe should be expanded to what I would call on the edges. All the phones we carry, other systems we carry are actually, by most accounts, actually high-performance computing systems. And a nice analogy that I heard recently is that your iPhone today has the same computing power that President Reagan had in Pentagon when he did his decision. So it's not non-trivial amount, right? And so I view them as high-performance computing systems too. So how do you look at this as a distributed system where you're not really looking at it as a system that you all talked about? And in doing that, how do we take it, I would call it democratizing biology, where you start embedding this HPC vision that has a centralized system, but also machines on the edges, try and do interesting questions. One of the things that was brought up by Chris was the microbiome, or that kind of bio research, where it provides a potentially very interesting opportunity for biologists to contribute through the next version of this mobile system, which has got sensors built into it with IoT devices. So I would like to hear what you folks think about it.
Yeah. just to expand on that, those are good data generation devices too. But what I was going to say is that if we look at places like Google and Facebook, what they've recognized is that it's more expensive to move the data than do the compute that they need to do. And so I think what you're talking about is kind of exactly that. We need to distribute the compute. You know, we're collecting data on these iPhones or whatever. Why don't we compute locally as well and use all the compute that we have? And so, you know, probably 20 years ago or so, I was part of the Marcin Prime search. You know, you download this little thing, and you know, instead of turning your computer off at night, it runs and it looks for prime numbers. You know, that's kind of what you're talking about. Is, you know, we've got all this sort of worldwide compute. How do we use it more appropriately or better, I guess? And I don't think we have a good answer to that.
Yeah, in many ways, there's different levels of computing as well, because you know, you have your desktop and other stuff. Once you start looking at HPC, generally we're talking about interconnectivity between systems. And so you're really trying to calculate across a large set of machines. And maybe if we use Bluetooth or something like that on our phones, maybe we can all set up a impromptu cluster to do something. But yeah, there's still a lot of challenges there. But moving data, collecting data, providing data into other systems, or maybe it's processing some local data before it goes off into another system.
I'm fine with that as long as you pay for the data usage on my phone.
Don't have the unlimited plan?
No.
What resources are available for biologists, like HPC 101? So where we can get some, you know, some training on how to use the shell programming.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Actually, there are some resources online. ARC also teaches some classes.
It would be great if it was right here in this institute.
Actually, what we need is the brain dump thing, the matrix.
Yeah, there are NLI classes here at Tech where some of those topics are taught, but they're very focused. Generally, I found that I wanted more after the hour. So at ARC, what I would say is the best way to start is to ask for a consultation. We'll just sit, you know, down and try to figure out what it is that you're trying to accomplish and what's going to be required to accomplish it.
But what if it's a person like Phoenix that just wants to be able to do the parallel computing? He doesn't need a consultation with a computational biologist. He needs a consultation with a computer scientist that says, here are the avenues. And is that even available right now?
Again, it is.
But I mean, like here for our computer systems that are here.
Here, they can talk to us. I mean, the problem is we don't have that intermediary person that does some of that translation. Yeah. So there's always
let me
costs.
comment on that.
Yeah.
So I think it's an interesting question what I just bring up. In my lab, have students just working on bench and have students just working on computation. I do encourage them know each other what they are doing, but I do not encourage them learn each other what they are doing. The reason why I think that this world, you need collaborations. You cannot be good at everything. This is my view. So I'm not good at everything, but I have people good at everything, okay? So I have collaborators, they are very strong on biology. They know the questions. And I have students extremely good at computational. So they bring them together. So you need to decide whether it's efficient and then it's doable for you to learn something new. And then you're able to be an expert to interpret the data by yourself. For example, you generate the methylome data for me, right? So you are running the data for me. Now, the student can learn how to process the methylome. Do they really know how to interpret the data? Make full use on the data. That takes even more time to learn a programming. So this is my personal thing, is that I really encourage collaboration. And then is that in a lot of times, you find that a collaborator good at something, rather than he know everything, would be more useful.
And I'd just like to chime in too on what Bob was saying. There are some courses available in high performance computing through ARC that are offered through the network learning initiatives, I guess is what it's called now. And so this is a good way at least to get an overview of some of these kinds of things. And some of them are more specific on a certain language or something like that. But in doing that, you'll also meet people and then do what David was talking about, is collaborate a bit. You might be able to develop some things that way.
Yeah, it's not just ARC that offers these courses. So for instance, the LISA group offers a lot of our help. There's others in parallel computing that maybe the math department puts on, or engineering or whatever. So, all those are available to people at VBI as well.
So, the audience have a question.
I'll just call out there. So we all seem to. Can we wait till we get the microphone, because it's being recorded as well?
So it's a philosophical question. So we see bigger and bigger hardware coming all the time, more and more storage, and I'm wondering if you think that this makes us intellectually lazy. We get more and more horsepower, more and more storage, and we just put that effort into, in some sense, making something not so clever, just much bigger.
I definitely agree, and I find myself slipping into that every once in a while. So I'll use every bit of space that I have on every system that I have access to. Here at VBI, I had somewhere around 100 terabytes. I think I'm still at like 7, waiting for me to archive it. But yeah, in some cases, all the horsepower makes it less of an issue if your data set maybe doesn't need it, or maybe if you thought a little bit more about your algorithm, you could be more efficient. Or just use the hardware better. So we have a bunch of GPGU, the NVIDIA K80 cards. We don't see a lot of use of those, and we have a lot of people that could use them, and open up a lot of free cycles for a lot of people. And so, in some cases, I think people are going the embarrassingly parallel route because it's pleasingly easy. But you're exactly right. In some cases, shortage of resource is a motivator.
And it seems no matter what you do, especially when you drop new storage resources, it quickly gets filled. And it's, sometimes people maybe need to ask, do I really need to keep this data? But it's so easy to do.
But also one of the things is the biological data it's big data now, but it doesn't really factor in the cost. It's very cheap, really, to get a sequence now, but it doesn't factor in the analysis cost, which I think we're sort of in the beginning stages of it, and eventually, hopefully, that will be factored in more.
Yeah, I think right now sequencing still costs more than to store it, but at some point it might be more expensive to store it.
Yeah.
To resequence.
And, well, not just storing it, but analyzing it too. So.
Yeah, I agree too that we do have to be careful, sort of this brute force approach to trying to do things. But one place that there's sort of a check on that, in terms of just checks and balances, is in terms of getting things published, in terms of getting grants. The reviewers are pretty critical, and they want to make sure you're not just throwing a lot of hardware at a problem, and really think more about what is the interesting problem, what could you be doing, because we don't need to generate a lot more data on a given topic if it's not going to really tell you something interesting.
I think we're running a little bit over here. We're kind of getting into the lunch time, so I don't know if we want to allow one more, or we want to wrap. I think we're going to have to wrap it up, and have to individually assault the panelists. If we could all thank them very much for.
Thanks.
Okay. Hello and welcome back to the symposium. Our next panel is going to be on massively interacting biological systems, and we are going to shift slightly and get more into the biology. So what I'm going to do is just to give a very brief introduction on the topic. Most of you will know why we are discussing this today. There might be people in the audience that doesn't know really or is not familiar with what we are discussing exactly. So just as an introduction, I'm showing here immunologists this year are celebrating the legacy of Mechnikov, who died 100 years ago. And he was the person to discover phagocytosis and macrophages and phagocytic cells. And that was a really breakthrough. And this is how he represented macrophages, which he did basically with a microscope and a pencil. But we are no longer looking at these cells as that. So if you look to the right, this is what most of us are more familiar with. So what I'm showing here is plot of mass cytometry, which is a technology that allows to gather information on 80 parameters on a single cell basis. You also have an internal representation on cell signaling. And on the bottom, you have a heat map of single cell sequencing. So what we are representing here, or what you can see here, is how 2,000 macrophages look like and how all the genes that they are expressing look like. So things have changed slightly, and it seems that technology has changed as well. So the way we do biology tends to be very dependent on the technology that we have. And in 1975, someone discovered monoclonal antibodies, which recognized basically one single part of a protein. And that brought a culture of looking at one thing at a time. So people would really focus into looking at one protein and just knowing everything about that protein. In 1983, which was the first report on macrophages was in 1884, so it was about 100 years later, we discovered PCR, which allowed to amplify genetic material. And that's, I think, when things started to change slightly. And now we are able to pretty much sequence and gather information on every single gene expressed by a cell, an organ, an organism, and everything that has DNA in it. And in addition to genes, we can gather information on proteins, lipids, metabolites, and everything that you want to look at. So as I'm mentioning here, between 2004 and 2012, there has been a tenfold improvement in sequencing performance, and obviously the cost has gone down. And this might be this might be outdated now. This is from 4 years ago. So if we consider that technology drives discovery, we've been, I think the last maybe 15 to 20 years have been very much focused on technology, and there was kind of mixed cultures on the way in which we do science. So there were people sticking to the old methods, whereas others were really embracing the new technologies and taking off. So with all this, now it seems we are in a phase of discovery. And what that means is that we have the ability to pretty much gather all the information in a system, but we are having some trouble to interpret the information on it. So basically, we need to put a functional basis and a mechanistic basis, and that's absolutely necessary to discover, for instance, new treatments for diseases for which we don't have effective ones. So just I'm giving two examples. One is drug resistance or antibiotic resistance. So I think it's estimated that in 2050, if we don't find an alternative to antibiotics, or if we don't find new antibiotics, I think there are some estimates that 10 million people can die each year from infectious diseases. And now, for instance, we are able to collect information about microbiomes, and what we need to do is just kind of put it in order and figure out how microbes are working together. And on the other side, you have inflammation, which is pretty much at the basis of every chronic disease or every disease pretty much. So from cancer to autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, diet-induced obesity, type 2 diabetes has an inflammatory component, and we really don't have an effective treatment. So most of these, the way in which we are dealing with these problems is either blocking completely inflammation, and that comes with side effects. Obviously, those are not the kind of approaches that we need. We need something new. So what it seems that it's the moment to really put together all the information that we are gathering and start to investigate really how molecules and biological systems work. And from that, I think we will be able to discover more effective and novel cures for many diseases for which we don't have either a cure or a cure that is going to work long term. So today we have a panel of 4 experts, and I think they all come from different backgrounds, but they have in common that they use computational methods. So the discovery is going to come obviously through heavily analysis of data through different methods of computational methods. So they all use computers on a daily basis pretty much to solve these problems. So if you guys go and we are going to get started with introductions, and anyone that wants to ask a question, just feel free. Just make sure that you signal and you get to the microphone so we can hear you. Voilà.
Okay, so I'm Madhav Marathe, and I'm a professor here in Biocomplexity Institute and also in the Computer Science Department.
I'm Dave Bevan. I'm a professor in the Department of Biochemistry, and I chair the interdisciplinary PhD program in Genetics, Bioinformatics, and Computational Biology, or GBCB, and I'm delighted to see several GBCB students in the audience.
I'm Stanka Chupa. I'm an associate professor of mathematics, and I work in mathematical biology.
I'm Joseph Basaganya. I'm a professor at the Biocomplexity Institute and the director of the Nutritional Immunology and Molecular Medicine Laboratory.
Okay, so I'm going to go just with the first question. So some years ago, biologists were not really thinking about math, but now, I mean, there were some efforts on introducing math into biology. Now it seems that it's a requirement. So Stanka, can you provide some opinion on what your experience has been?
So I think, historically speaking, the idea that math can advance biology comes from physics. And for those of you who don't know this, physics was considered an applied math branch. Now it's basic science. And the idea is, can we do the same in biology? And I think that's where the whole field started. And I was reading an editorial, a very nice editorial in PLOS Biology a while back. I was in grad school, and Joel Cohen was saying that mathematics is the new way of looking, the new microscopic way of looking at biology. Can you actually look into what happens at the level of a complex biological system and not go into the details of knocking out every single interaction in there and figuring out what causes an abnormal response? And I like to think about this as a mechanistic way of uncovering how diseases work. So historically speaking, I think the first model, biological, mathematical model applied in biology, looked at correlations between smallpox mortality and vaccination, and that was back in 1700. And yes, you can look at some things being upregulated, some things being downregulated, and you can correlate them with whether or not the patient dies. But can you figure out exactly what goes wrong in the first place? So I call those mechanisms of protection, right? So if you have a complex biological system, don't just tell me that because something is up and something is down, I have a wrong response, a wrong type of response, but maybe tell me exactly what happened in the big complex system, what kind of interactions led to that wrong response. So we're looking at mechanisms, not just numbers. And that is a quantitative way of looking at data. And then you can make these predictions. And let's say you have a big complex system with 20,000 parts that interact, and you will have to go and knock down every single one of them to figure out which one of them causes cancer, for example. And instead, I can build you a virtual model in which I can tell you how those things interact and maybe get it from 10, 20,000 to 100, right? And say, I think these 100 particles are the ones that are going to cause cancer. It's still a lot, but it will save a lot of money and a lot of time going and doing the experiments, right? You will still have to do the experiments, figure out whether my prediction is correct or not, and then we're going to go tweak the mathematical model and do this in an iterative model, right? In an iterative manner, and probably get to the bottom of what the conclusion comes from the mathematical models. So this has been done in all sorts of areas. One of the things that I like thinking about, is math really microscopical way of looking into things is the CT scans, right? You take the CT scans, by the time you get a tumor, a brain tumor, the patient is already dead. Can you actually predict that there is something going wrong in the CT scan just by looking at the density of the cells in there? And can you do it using computational and mathematical methods? But it has been done at all levels. It has been done at genetical data. It has been done at the molecular data, cellular data. We're doing it in ecology very successfully, metapopulations. So math can actually help you make predictions, which then you have to validate in the lab, and you have to validate with the data. But at least it's going to shorten the amount of time you're using in figuring out what players are the most important in the kind of outcome that you're seeing.
Okay, so now we go from the math to the models. So Madhav, could you elaborate a little bit about how modeling fits into really describing biological processes, and how do you balance a model that is very complex with maybe computational limitations?
Sure. So maybe I'll take an example of epidemiology and public health, because that's something I know more, especially with Joseph and Raquel here. I think my lack of knowledge in immunology will be exposed very quickly. But I think it's also not covered as much in today's talk. So, and I view this as a continuum in the biocomplexity world. That's how the name of the institute is set up. So as Stanka was saying, in fact, Bernoulli's work is the one she was referring to, I believe, when she talked about how he derived a set of mathematical equations to talk about mortality due to smallpox. And essentially he was thinking about whether you can vaccinate, or it was variolation, which is vaccination, by just exposing it to the scabs of an infected individual, which you can protect a larger population. Now, I think that starting from then, at least in epidemiology and epidemiology of infectious diseases, we have come a long way. This amazing work by Ronald Ross and his colleagues in early 1900s, and McKendrick and others, led to some amazing discoveries that have actually played an important role in controlling infectious diseases. So I would say this is a success story for mathematical modeling, in my opinion, at least as far as it goes for infectious diseases and controlling them, understanding them. Now, about 1980s and later, I think we start seeing a different view of doing this kind of model. So the particular class of models that were discussed by her and which were prevalent were called what I would say mean field models or compartmental models, where you take in the large population. It could be humans, but it could also be cells, and we studied them in the context of immune system modeling with Kopasi. But it could be ecological systems as well. But you effectively study them as rate equations between these compartments. And it works very well, but I think that in the last 15 to 20 years, we are witnessing a real convergence of availability of data on one hand and computing on the other hand that allows us to take a fundamentally new look at how these models can be constructed. And the group calls it network-based models. And the idea is that to understand these massively interacting systems, you want to explicitly represent the agents, if I may call that, and the interactions between them, if you want to capture the phenomena that you're interested in. And it's not that you have to do it every time, but certainly for many classes of models, this seems to be very valuable. So these so-called network models are, in my opinion, very powerful, provide us with a understanding that respects the heterogeneity of the system. Individual behaviors, the heterogeneity in terms of connectivity in the network, all affects the final outcome and it gets picked up. Now, it's not that these kinds of models have been studied only now. In my hypothesis is that people thought about network models long time back. The reason that I think it did not catch on is because there is no value in representing a system using a network with more than, say, even 10 or 20 nodes, because afterwards there's no way you can carry out any meaningful computations on these networks. So I think the value of network-based models really goes hand in hand with the development of computing technology that came along that allows us to solve these problems in a meaningful way. ODE-style models were done because you could get analytical expressions. You did not have computers back in 1700s, and so you had to get these analytical expressions to calculate certain aspects. Now you can do a extensive calculation. So on one hand, you have very clean, simplified, I would say, models, compartmental models, and on the other hand, you have very detailed descriptive models of the system. And then there's a continuum between them. The hybrid models, the class of networks that are considered are different. Now, which class of models you use really depends on many different aspects. The available computation, the specific question you're going to ask, as well as the data that you have to instantiate these models. So I'm not advocating that one is better than the other. Quite the contrary. I think it depends on the specific use. We certainly think that network models are easily usable as opposed to what was thought before. I bring this up because I think they fundamentally change the conversation oftentimes in the class of policies you can make or the understanding you can have. At least from a network perspective, we find out in epidemiology that it has changed the way the policies are developed in the first place. So as a simple example, one that has been going on in our lab, and Stephen and I talked about it a long time back, if you want to vaccinate or remove a certain number of edges in the network to sparsify the network to control the disease, there are multiple ways you can carry out a particular intervention in the network model, which would all be isomorphic in the compartmental model. So this ability to represent complex interventions changes fundamentally the way the outcomes are studied. So I think there are differences between the two, and my basic answer is that one should decide the resources you have in hand and the questions you're solving to make a decision which models to use.
So is the computational part developed enough to take these, all the analysis that we have discussed?
I think the
is it possible today?
I think it has come a long way, but we're still at the very beginning of this revolution. I think the class of models we can study have become rather large. To give you an example, one from immunology with you all and one in epidemiology. When we first did our epidemic simulations back in maybe 2001, 2, I quite forget now, we could simulate one flu season in Chicago when a network was represented on a reasonable sized cluster in about between 24 and 48 hours. Today, we can simulate the spread of flu-like disease, entire season of 200 days in the entire US, 300 million nodes and around 15 billion edges, time-varying edges, on a very large machine at NCSA in about 9 seconds, right? So things have come a long way, but I think we need to get this even faster in many ways because the number of experiments you need to do are larger, and we still don't have some of the details that we would like to get in. The immune response of the body, the evolution of the virus itself as it moves along, all need to be represented in the future.
Okay. So Madhav has talked a little bit about modeling with more epidemiological focus. You said you want to discuss your experience with modeling in biomedicine?
Yes, absolutely. So the first question that we address in the modeling, and we see modeling as one of the tools in the arsenal to address questions, is what question do we want to answer? And it turns out that the research that we are doing has to do with helping people, usually related to solving diseases, ranging broadly from infectious diseases, H. pylori infection, Clostridium difficile, but also immune-mediated diseases. And modeling is one more step towards improving the efficiency of addressing that question at a low cost and as rapidly as possible, and accelerating the discovery process. We view modeling, and in fact, we've contributed to coining the concept that is related to the key discipline in the lab, the systems immunology. We view modeling as one component in a continuum cycle that involves developing the model, calibrating the model, analyzing, refining, making predictions. But ultimately, the most important step, for us at least, is not the modeling. It's the validation of those modeling predictions, which generally involves work with human cells, animal studies, or eventually human clinical trials. That validation step, which may either make that hypothesis true or false, is critical to not only get to the next step in drug development, but also to make those models more robust and more predictive, because the validation data in the first step of the cycle becomes calibration data in the next step of the cycle. And as to the types of modeling, I think it is absolutely debatable as to whether you use large models or small models. The reality is we don't care as long as they help us address the key questions that we want to answer. We are very interested in applying modeling in a pathway to productize, and productize from developing nutritional products to drugs. And particularly in the drug arena, there's a highly recognized inefficiency in the process, where to develop one single drug, there's a need for $1.5 to $2 billion investment from discovery to taking the drug to the market, and about 10 to 15 years. And 1 out of 10,000 drugs makes it. And the net result is a situation where people are still asking, for the most part, sometimes is it better, the cure or the disease? In other words, we've been developing many drugs in the US that have severe side effects, including infection, cancer, and death. We view modeling as a multi-layered approach where we can perform molecular modeling, including docking studies and molecular dynamics at the early stages of the drug development process, where we assess the interaction of library of small molecules with novel therapeutic targets, targets that have not been tested before, that may be more efficacious than previous targets from drugs that are in the market. We also view a modeling step where we test that drug in animals. We want to understand how does it work. And that may require, in our case, since we are focusing on infectious and immune-mediated diseases, understanding in a very precise way how that specific drug is changing the immune response at the gut mucosa or systemically, because that will allow us to make decisions on the best experimental design. That will allow us to use modeling to guide experimentation, to gain efficiency, and to accrue new knowledge. And ultimately, we want to utilize particularly data-driven modeling approaches, such as machine learning algorithms, to create in silico clinical trials. Once a drug is closer to be tested at the clinical level, we want to create virtual populations of diseased individuals. In our case, we are very interested in Crohn's disease patients or ulcerative colitis patients, and we want to be able to treat those patients in silico to assess the response to drug even before that drug is close to being approved for clinical trials. That provides an advantage, and that provides a solution to the inefficiency of the drug development process in the US. And I think that there's another role for modeling, which we are exploring, and we are leveraging the resources that were generated under the MIP process, and that is to apply modeling for precision medicine. Precision medicine involves a therapeutic component and a diagnostic component. And one could imagine that in the future, we will have significant omics data from how our organism behaves in health and in disease. And in the future, we can imagine computational models of our organism, of our gut, of our liver, of our lungs that will be presented to our physician and where drugs will be tested before they are tested upon ourselves. That's a step towards precision medicine. That's not going to happen next year. That's the transformation that may happen 10, 15, 20 years from now, but we are preparing, and we believe that modeling and computational technologies, high-performance computing, will take us one step closer to these precision medicine approaches that engage diagnostics, therapeutics in health and disease. So precision medicine, but also precision health.
Okay, so you've been talking about something that seems that it's almost been applied and a working process. And something that happens is many people are skeptic about using modeling in biology, in medicine. So I don't know, maybe there's been a common topic across all panels. It has been education. So Dave, you have experience with GBCB, so there's been a lot of students that have gone. Our experience in the lab is some of them really like take the modeling and the wet lab experience. Some others, they just don't want to deal with one or the other. So can you discuss on what your experience has been along all these years?
Yeah. And as we have students enter the program and they come in with a certain background, and we make sure that they get training in complementary aspects as it applies to bioinformatics and computational biology. For example, if they come in with a computer science background, we'll make sure that they get some coursework training in biological sciences and vice versa. And so this training method of trying to bring forward the future scientists so they can really work across a lot of different scales is really one of the goals of that particular program. And we're finding that, again, of course, this is my opinion, and I'm obviously biased as director of the program, but I think it's working, and we've not been getting concerns from the students that it's not working for them. Now, there is, as Raquel pointed out, a big difference in terms of what students want to do. Some will want to do primarily computational work, and they may be less eager to go into a laboratory, and that can be okay, but at the same time, they need to be interfacing with people who are working in a laboratory and collecting data, because you can become really good at computing things, but if you don't really have some idea of what the end result is, as you may talk to a biological collaborator, then all of these great ideas you have for computing may not be all that useful. Ultimately, you want to be able to solve a problem that somebody has, and if you're off doing something that's more theoretical, then that's really not going to be helpful to them. So again, having that understanding across different disciplines can really be helpful, and that's why we try to make it as interdisciplinary as possible. And we've had other students who are exceptional in the sense that they are very eager to do both. And we've had a few in the program who have really had very strong experience in experimental work as well as computational work, and have published papers where either one or the other was used, or perhaps they combine both of them. That's really what we're looking for, is where they're able to combine these. But what this also leads to is, I think, what all of us have to do, and certainly here at the Biocomplexity Institute and elsewhere on campus, I think they're good examples of this, is we all have to collaborate. We need to really work with people who are experts in their certain area, but who also are interested in the kinds of problems that you're addressing. And so you have to come at it with this mutual understanding and mutual respect for these different areas. And once you've developed that, it really helps in advancing science. And it's what, we shouldn't do it just because that's what funding agencies want, but it is what funding agencies want. But it's because they recognize that we can really be much more effective as researchers and really make advances in the field by being state-of-the-art in everything that we're doing, whether it be the experimental methods we're applying, the computational methods, and the way we bring those together. And so within GBCB, that's what we try to do, is to try to give students that background so that as they move forward, they really have a good idea of what the field is all about, and then they can make wise decisions as to how they continue their education.
Okay, any questions from the audience?
I've got one. It's been a while back that I was aware that NIH was enthusiastic about developing computational models to reduce the number of animals that need to be used in animal experiments, as well as we've talked about reducing exposure of humans to drugs before you know they're going to be good for them. But also just the number of animals that are used in routine biomedical research is quite large, and I know that reducing animal deaths or use is an important goal. Do you think that that's being achieved in any way these days?
So that's a very important question and an interesting one, and one that has two answers in my view. While there was a push from NIH to reduce the number of animals, I think that looks good, and they are also subjected to pressures. And I would say that there's an enhanced push towards reducing the use of higher vertebrate animals, like non-human primates, dogs, pigs, and maybe mice and rats. And that was trickled down to recommendations in committees. I can tell you that the perspective of most reviewers when they are looking at grants is not necessarily that the reduction of number of animals by using modeling, for instance, is the #1 priority. So while we've achieved some reduction in number of animals, I don't think that that's necessarily a selling point that can be highlighted and that NIH will give you additional points to achieve. There's a successful project that is going on in University of Maryland that has reduced animal usage, not necessarily by utilizing modeling, but utilizing some statistics. So I think that it is possible to reduce the number of animals by using modeling, both mechanistic and data-driven. I think it's possible to reduce and guide the design of clinical trials and ultimately reduce inefficiencies in the design of clinical trials. And now I'm extending beyond your question, but there's that comment that Raquel was making that is probably precluding the full potential, and that's that level of skepticism about the use of modeling. And the key questions that panelists, and I'm not saying that they are right, but the key question that is being asked in the context of these models, even when maybe NIH officers instruct them to take that into consideration, is, well, will a model be able to replace an animal, or will a model be able to replace a human? And if you put in those terms, then many traditional immunologists will answer that question by a very robust no. Now, if you put that question in terms of can modeling help advance as a part of a fully integrated and seamless cycle, improve the efficiency of the process, then maybe you will get less no's. There will be some hardcore immunologists and biomedical researchers that will still say no. So that's the two-level response to that question that I would provide.
Okay, so it seems we have, Stefan.
Okay, we are talking about massive biological systems and modeling of them. How would you construct a system like that? And this is actually a question to all of you. And what would be your specific role in that?
Well, I'm happy to start. What I would ultimately like to see is a very detailed model of a cell from the molecular level all the way up to the cell. And at this point, we can't do that whole thing, and there's a lot to be learned there. But from a molecular modeling perspective, the directions that I think we need to move in the next few years is that we need to begin to take into account the effects of what we'll call macromolecular crowding, what's really happening in the cell. Right now, when we do simulations, we usually have a single protein. Maybe we'll throw in some other things, and we'll have some water around it. But it's not really representative of what's going to happen in a cell. And so we need to begin to look at effects of other things on the protein structures, but particularly look at those effects of those things on protein-protein interactions, because then as we begin to look at those, we can just start to build up from the molecular level. And so I see my role as starting down at that level and building up, and others will be generating networks from which we'll know what kind of interactions are most interesting.
Yeah, I would, at least a big problem that we think we would like to address in our lab is one which couples epidemiology to sociology on one side, because behavior seems to have a rather large role in the spread of infectious disease and even chronic diseases, but then take it down one step where we understand the immune response the body has. Right now, the representation of the immune response or how the disease manifests itself in the body is rather weak, at least in the epidemiological context. But I think a large program that connects these three levels, the way the immune response of a body is taken into account, followed by the spread of infectious diseases, followed by the behavioral adaptations that the society makes, would really allow a very large model of interacting system, which is essentially spanning scales, I would say at least 8 to 9 orders of magnitude in time, and 8 to 9 orders of magnitude in terms of space.
I can take this. So I think the multi-scale is very important. Also, I think the structure is very important. I think when we're taking these models and going into Dave's model of cell, we take the cell and then, I don't know, we take a cut and we're saying this is a 2D plane and maybe it's not spherical, maybe it's a square, and we make all those simplifications and we lose everything in the process. And I think the biggest problem that we have, not necessarily here, but the biggest problem in the community is the fact that unlike physics, we don't have universal models. Everyone goes and builds its own model, and it's different in my lab than it's in the lab in Maryland or the lab elsewhere. And if we would have a standardized model of the entire human body in which we're looking at what happens at the cellular level, and then you look at the interactions between the cells, and then you're looking at interactions between the people and all of that, and when you see something different, everybody goes and puts that extra piece of information into that generalized model, we would advance this problem a lot faster, rather than here's my model and then you're doing your own, and it's kind of like mine, but not really, because you use different, I don't know, projection or different way of looking at it. And I think we're competing on what model is better, and we're doing more harm than good. And we should make this a generalized thing at the NIH level or NSF or.
Raquel, can I add just one thing, because you haven't heard it as much, and she's saying time is up, so But I think that we've talked a lot about modeling since morning. A part that at least is dear to me personally and to some others is to build a theoretical foundations for these models. I think if we do not build good, solid theoretical foundations, it includes mathematics and it includes computation. Now, I don't see actually a distinction in many ways in some aspects. But algorithmic theory and a structural theory that explains and begins to understand this as a first principle object, then I think it speaks to the point you're making that we'll continue to build models. It will be a big homegrown factory where everybody builds their models, and it's very hard to compare and contrast and decide who is right. We just do not have the physics right now, equivalent of physics right now for these systems. So having a firm theoretical foundation to me is absolutely paramount if this has to go any further and has to be eventually be used in important policy questions or even treatments, because otherwise the belief simply doesn't come in. I think it's not so hard anymore to put together an agent-based model, even a larger one than that. But it's, I think, very hard still to understand why you did it that way and what the model is telling you. And only way you can do it is to have some theoretical basis for it. And I think it's a hard class of theoretical problems to study.
I would agree with that, and I think that all of the panelists in this table have been in the trenches, developing models that are in the interface of immunity, metabolism, incorporating computational aspects, both agent-based modeling and ODE modeling, sometimes creating hybrid models, and so we are maybe biased. We don't require convincing. But the reality is that consensus is not present in the community. I was invited as a panelist in a complex science meeting at NIH that would shape some of the decisions on precision medicine. And it was really hard to achieve consensus with the MDs or even some other immunologists that didn't even want to recognize the value of modeling, and in some cases, wouldn't recognize the value of standards for modeling. So if we are to build a common framework, we first need to achieve that consensus. And while it is possible to achieve that in people that think the same way, it's probably at the community level, there will be a need to go past the current generation of leaders in immunology when the next generation that have been trained in the interface of modeling, computation, immunology, and biomedicine take over those labs. I think that the possibility of consensus will be a reality. And so I applaud programs such as GBCB that are trying in a very unique way to create such hybrid individuals.
So any other questions? It seems we've run out of time. Okay, so we might need to close here. So thank you for being here today and you for being with us.
I wouldn't say I'm the coach at all, but thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. It's been a really exciting day thus far with some really impressive panel discussions from President Steger. And I really enjoyed the policy work this morning. Coming from molecular biologists, it's neat to see the new developments at the Institute. Very exciting work. So something I'm quite passionate about is this development from molecules to policy, or translation of fundamental discovery for the benefit of humanity. Here we go. And so a lot of us in this room will recognize, hopefully, both faces here, but it's okay if you recognize only one. We have Jonas Salk of the polio vaccine fame. And then you also have Norman Borlaug here, who's thought to be the father, and not arguably, but definitely the father of the Green Revolution, and claimed to honestly have saved 1 billion lives with his foundational work on wheat. And these are two iconic figures, but we should also realize that their work as fundamental scientists has really translated to that level of affecting global society. And to me, I think that's really, really important, and it's something we iconically look at. But translational sciences also apply to different areas. Going, as mentioned in the previous panel, from start to finish is a very, very challenging process. It takes 15 years, in some cases, of billions of dollars, and a lot of resources. But this advancement needs to occur in one way or the other. And in the paradigm of different fields impacting biology, now is the time of computational sciences. At one point, it was advancing in chemistry, then physics through microscopy developments. But now is really the time of computer science and harnessing these to challenge and tackle some of life science's really complex problems. So for my panel today, I've been very fortunate to recruit a lot of individuals, and they encompass this concept going from molecules to policy. So we'll have comments and slide presentations brief from these four individuals, beginning with Christian, who I think is doing this is a very appropriate term, disruptive science when it comes to looking at molecules. And this paradigm and view that they're trying to develop, to me, is very, very unique. We've also had Professor Murley from computer science. He'll be talking about path linker, network discovery, and I think this is a really foundational tool, one that we've utilized as well, to explore novelty in networks, as well as how these networks within a cell communicate. We're also going to have a very nice presentation by Professor Tyson, who's a distinguished professor of biological sciences and also one of our senior BI fellows. And he'll be talking about some of his work modeling breast cancer, and again, looking at whole organism systems. And finally, we'll have a presentation from the director of the Integrated Pest Management Laboratory, Professor Muniappan, and he'll be talking about their work at a global scale, tackling real current challenges associated with pest management and some of their collaborations with NDSSL. So I have talked enough, and I'm going to step out of the way for Christian to begin.
All right, you made it. It's the last panel, so you're almost there. So I try to keep you awake. Those are big shoes that Shiv has laid out. So I don't think we are quite there, but I want to convey the idea of the potentially disruptive science that we're trying to promote and make become a reality. And this paradigm shift, if you will, is based on pure math. And pure math is not what I'm going to be talking about, so the good news is right there. Rather, I want to give you an intuitive idea of what this is all based on, right? And so let's start with something that we fairly well understand. It's not me trying to write an English sentence in case you made it through the first line, right? Germans, right? I can do this a little bit better. So, but I will tell you that I put it up, obviously, because you are able to infer information, despite the fact that I pretty much misspelled everything. And why can we do that? So you see that it is not the sequence of the letters which ultimately define the words. It's actually the spacing of the words that allow us to do this. And secondly, it is what we perceive as a grammar that gives us a structure to infer information. And here we're talking about human language. The second beautiful thing here makes that point clear. We have nouns, we have verbs, adjectives, adverbs, and so on and so forth. And this allows us to infer information. Now, maybe the most disruptive thing you can do these days in bioinformatics is to apply this idea, which seems quite natural, to our interpretation of DNA data. Why the hell would we think that the sequence of nucleotides is tantamount to information? Why? I'm serious. Tell me, why would we think? Our own language is actually telling us this is not true. And the fact that you can actually deduce the meaning of those sentences proves my point better than many words. But now, this may be easy to observe. The question is, how can we infer information? And that is a long process, and I try to walk you through this in 2 more slides. All right, let's try. I'm trying to make the point that nature, of course, doesn't have a grammar book. Typically doesn't go to the library, gets a book on English grammar, and gets a concept of noun and verbs and so on and so forth, right? We can all agree on that. So what tools does nature have available? And what happens is that DNA is translated into RNA. We all know that. Central dogma, proteins, and so on and so forth. Fact being that we have the vast majority of genetic material is actually non-coding. So despite the dogma being a dogma, it's only a small percentage that actually goes into the proteins. A lot of it is non-coding. And the DNA is transformed into RNA. So why is that of importance? I say it's important because RNA, in difference to DNA, has the ability to self-fold, right? And here I give you an example. Here we have chimpanzees and humans, and we have highly active regions evolving from chimpanzee to humans and actually stabilizing structural elements. So what that means is those are non-coding RNA segments that come from brain, and they are actually evolving in a way such that they stabilize structures. This gives rise to the hypothesis to say that maybe the formation of molecular structure is actually a way to interpret information. What I'm saying is a big piece of meat. I'm saying if you look at the sequences, you will not figure out what it means. I'm saying sequences are important, but I'm saying you are missing a layer that our molecular mechanisms actually employ for 98 or 97.5% of our genomes. And to give you an idea how mathematics comes into the picture, it is actually in understanding the grammars that sits in those structures. And this is being done by using topological graph modelings, where the particular model is really natural. So we had discussions about, is this objective? Are there data? And things like that. So this particular modeling is self-evident by the fact that you cannot model it as a graph, as any of those interactions, the chemical bonds, the Watson-Crick base pairs, whatever you want to call them, they fix a plane. And an edge has no dimension. I can rotate freely around an edge. Once I fix a plane, I actually have a ribbon, and I have ribbon graphs. And that's all I really want you to take home from this, namely that these ribbon graphs are actually a way to interpret these structures. If we understand those structures, we can infer meaning. Now you will say, how the hell would this transcend into an answer we are interested in, and what kind of questions can we answer with this? And here is an example. So consider a sequence, an array of sequences, all of which you translate into RNA, or you start with RNA sequences to begin with, and you translate them into RNA, you fold them into respective structures. So this methodology can do now the following. It can construct the most likely evolutionary tree connecting those sequences. Let me put it this way. It's a hypothesis how one has evolved from the other in the course of times, edges representing length, time, right? And moreover, this perspective, this concept, enables you to deduce what you may call an evolutionary heat. What functional changes are within these sequences? And it's completely impossible to tell this using alignment methods or sequence homologies. So we are here at the advent of a technology that can answer questions like whether certain regions, non-coding regions in RNA, are functionally active or not. And I would say this is a reasonable application of this line of thinking. So in short, replace sequence by more. Augment the information by structures formed by sequences. Use this new perspective to come up with entirely new tools that allow us to interpret data. And on the long run, and I'm not advocating for mathematics, let alone for topology, what you're looking at here is a completely new information theory. We're talking about basic principles in information theory being augmented, rewritten, reinterpreted, right? We know the big fathers in that particular arena, but this can really reshape language theory and information theory by looking at what nature does. Thank you very much.
I'm going to talk about what we call network toxicology. And I want to start by reminding you that human beings are constantly exposed to harmful chemicals that are present in the environment. So the recent crisis in Flint, Michigan that made us even more aware of how lead can harm our bodies is a case in point. When you buy plastic bottles filled with water for filling water, you will notice that it may say they are BPA free. BPA or bisphenol A is a chemical that was used as a plastic additive, and it is potentially harmful to health, so plastic manufacturers have been removing it from bottles. Some of you may remember an event that happened a couple of years ago where a chemical was spilled in the Elk River in West Virginia, and that caused some commotion. If you actually went and read the data sheet for that chemical at that time, you would see that almost all the entries in that said that no data is available on that chemical. So huge amounts of this chemical have been spilled in the river, and we don't know what effect it may have on human health. So the EPA is tasked with trying to regulate about 85,000 chemicals, and about 30,000 of these are widely used in industry and commerce. For most chemicals, the situation is like that chemical in the river in West Virginia. Their effects on human health is completely unknown. So there are several efforts that are ongoing to try to add to our information on how these chemicals might affect human health. So NIH and the EPA have two large-scale efforts called ToxCast and Tox21, which try to understand how thousands of chemicals individually tested might affect selected proteins and selected biological pathways through the use of high-throughput screening assays. There are other databases that collect information on how genes in the human body respond to the administration of chemicals. And databases are also curating existing knowledge from the literature. However, there are three major barriers that limits their application quite severely and the usefulness. First of all, each of these data sets probes a different dimension of the cell's response to human health. Does cell's response to chemicals? Does a chemical affect a receptor or a particular protein? What is the expression of all the genes in the cell when a chemical is added? Or how is a gene connected to some other protein that may be relevant to how the chemical is affecting the human cell. Moreover, these data sets ignore the complex protein networks through which the chemical's response is going to be felt in the cell. And finally, computational methods that can integrate these data sets to better understand the effect of a chemical are quite underdeveloped. So what we are proposing is to compute what we call toxicant response networks. A toxicant is just a man-made chemical that is harmful to human health. And the goal is to compute networks of regulatory, signaling, and physical interactions between human proteins that are perturbed as a result of exposure of the cell to a chemical. So the idea is that we can take these high throughput screening assays from large scale efforts such as ToxCast and Tox21 and ask what are the proteins that are individually perturbed in these assays, and then somehow connect them together using the underlying network of interactions. So the hope is that these networks may reveal additional proteins that have not been tested, because most proteins are not being tested. And also they may reveal physiological processes that have not been previously implicated in the chemical's response, in the cell's response to the chemical. So the basic idea we have to address this problem is an approach called PathLinker, originally developed in collaboration with John Tyson and now more recently in collaboration with Shiv Kale. And the basic idea is quite straightforward. So in the background here, we have a huge protein interaction network of all the interactions that are known between proteins in the human cells. We collect them from various databases. And imagine we know some number of receptors on the cell membrane that have come out as being positive to a particular chemical in these ToxCast assays. And we also know a certain number of transcription factors that have been perturbed by this chemical in these ToxCast assays. Our goal is to take this piecemeal information and try to ask how are these connected? How is the source of the signal, the receptors, connected to the targets of the signal, the transcription factors? And what are the networks by which they may be connected? And in this way, we hope we are going to be able to capture the response network for the toxicant. And the idea that we use is quite straightforward. We compute, starting from the receptors and going to the transcription factors or sources to targets, any number of short paths that take you from a receptor to a transcription factor. So this is a bit like what you do when you look at Google Maps. Suppose I wanted to know how to come from Taugeson Hall to VBI. It will not just give me the best way to come, it will give me multiple ways to come. Right? So just like that, we don't compute just the shortest path, but many short paths. And the intuition behind computing short paths is that you can imagine that each link on this path represents how the signal may transfer from the receptors to the transcription factors. And we believe that the cell may have evolved to transfer the danger signal from the environmental chemicals as efficiently as possible, and that the cell has also evolved redundancy, which is why we are interested in computing many paths. So the basic idea in PathLinker is quite straightforward. We compute multiple highly scoring paths. So to validate PathLinker, we look at these reconstructions and compare them to gold standard signaling pathways that have been collected in various databases. So the key point I want you to take is that this simple method on this precision recall curve of computing many short paths does far more better than more complex methods that have been developed. And these symbols may not mean much, but they correspond to very famous algorithms in computer science, like just computing shortest paths, or using network flows, or computing Steiner trees and things like that. So this idea of computing many paths so that you can smoothly expand the solution as this parameter k increases turns out to be very compelling. Moreover, in collaboration with Shiv, we have actually shown that predictions made by this algorithm and actually can be validated in the lab. So here is an example of a protein that's involved in a pathway called the Wnt pathway that is predicted by the PathLinker algorithm, and Shiv did a beautiful series of experiments to show that indeed this protein is a critical member of the pathway. So we use these ideas of evaluation and validation to show that PathLinker can indeed capture already known information about signaling. And if you want to find out how we are progressing in terms of toxicant response, please visit Jeff Law's poster. Jeff is in the audience here. I would point a laser pointer at him, but I'm afraid I might damage him. But please do go visit his poster. So I'm going to stop with that. And I want to point out that this work was done in collaboration with John and with Shiv. And we have applied this to not just human signaling pathways, but to study mathematical models in yeast as well. And now we are hopeful that this approach might actually tell us a little bit more about how chemicals affect human health. Thanks.
Okay, so I would like to tell a little bit of story about the work we've been doing to model breast cancer cells, and especially how they develop resistance to anti-estrogen therapies. The work has been done in collaboration with Bill Bowman in the electrical engineering department here at Virginia Tech, and with cancer biologists at Georgetown University School of Medicine. So systems biology is based on the premise that the physiological characteristics of living cells are emergent properties of complex networks of interacting genes and proteins. So the first step is to try to figure out what are the networks that underlie the development of resistance in breast cancer cells. And our colleagues at Georgetown approach this in a pretty standard way by comparing gene expression transcriptomic arrays between cells that are responsive to estrogen therapy and cells that are resistant to estrogen therapy. And they identified 4 networks that are particularly involved in the development of resistance, namely the cell cycle control network. That's not surprising. Apoptosis is programmed cell death. That's one of the ways we get rid of cancer cells. That's not surprising. Also identified 2 stress response pathways, autophagy, which means self-eating. When cells are under extreme stress, they'll start to degrade their own proteins in order to survive, and the unfolded protein response. So we went into the literature and kind of looked up what the underlying molecular mechanisms of these processes were to develop a roadmap for mathematical modeling of breast cancer cells in order to understand their responses in health and disease and to pharmacological agents. And I'm just going to tell you a little bit of a story about the interactions between the estrogen receptor and the growth factor receptor. So breast epithelial cells rely on estrogen for growth and division. The estrogen receptor is a nuclear hormone receptor, and when the breast cell is exposed to estrogen, estrogen diffuses into the cell, binds to the receptor, turns on transcription factors that promote cell survival, growth, and proliferation. This is, of course, important in lactation and lots of normal physiological processes. The active estrogen receptor also downregulates expression of growth factor receptors in the cell membrane. Now, a standard treatment, pharmacological treatment for breast cancer cells is to expose them to tamoxifen, which is a mimic of estrogen. Tamoxifen binds to the estrogen binding site and prevents the estrogen receptor from being activated. That sounds pretty good, and now the cell isn't going to grow and divide. The problem is it releases the repression on the growth factor receptor, and some cells begin to express growth factor receptor, which will respond to, say, epidermal growth factor, which is all around, and then they'll be able to grow and survive again. And that's one of the bases of the development of resistance to endocrine therapy. So we approach this from a modeling point of view by developing a model of intermediate complexity to try to understand the interactions between how do I use the light? Oh,
here. The interactions between the estrogen receptor in various forms, reliant on estrogen and not reliant on estrogen, and the growth factor receptor. We converted this model into a set of differential equations and used the differential equations to describe what you might call a kind of potential map to describe the response of cells to the estrogen receptor and the growth factor receptor. So this is a potential. The pits in this potential map are essentially alternative, stable, steady states of the regulatory system. And one of them represents the normal breast cells that are dependent upon estrogen for growth and proliferation. There's another deep well where the cells are much less dependent upon estrogen. They still need a little bit of estrogen, but not much. And then another pit where the cells will grow and proliferate completely independently of estrogen. And cells will make transitions between these different pits. So you can imagine there's a ball here and the whole thing is kind of shaking, and stochastic fluctuations can cause cells to flip from one well to another and back again, okay? So it's a kind of complex interaction between the molecules and the cells and the environment. So from this model, we were then able to address certain issues of how cells are going to, how cancer cells are going to respond to tamoxifen treatment, okay? And what you might think is the appropriate thing to do is after the cancer's been diagnosed and there's been a lumpectomy and radiation treatment, then standard is for the patients to go on a regime of tamoxifen for maybe several months to try to kill any remaining cells. The idea being hit them hard with tamoxifen. Tamoxifen will go all through the body, find these cells, and kill them. But the problem, as I said, is the cells are also responding to the treatment, and they may jump into one of these wells where they're now resistant to tamoxifen. And unfortunately, this is what happens in about a third of the cases of tumors that are responsive to estrogen. If you treat them too long, they develop resistance. So an alternative is to do an intermittent treatment with tamoxifen for a short period of time, and then a break, and then retreat them with tamoxifen so that the cells maintain their sensitivity to the drug. You don't give them a long enough time to develop the resistance. And I find indeed, at least in the models, that this is exactly what happens, and you begin to control the expansion of the population. But for this regime of treatment and break, the population is still growing, but slowly. The interesting thing is if we change the regimen and now treat for a shorter period of time, 1/3 of the period of time, then all of a sudden the tumor is completely controlled and it's not expanding, okay? Which is actually a pretty common occurrence in all of cancer treatment, that less is more. Okay, rather than complete radical mastectomy, a lumpectomy can be actually more efficient. So what we have is a way of, at least in the computer, for a model of breast cancer cells, developing regimens in which we convert the tumor into a chronic disease rather than a killer disease. Now, what's next, of course, if we want to go from, we've only gone halfway or 1/3 of the way from molecules to policy. We've just showed how we can get from molecules to, say, the physiological response of modeled cells in the computer. A whole lot more needs to be done before we can translate this into real medical advances, but it was enough to convince the Cancer Institute to extend our funding. The PIs are Bill Bowman here at Virginia Tech and Aisha Shahjahan at Georgetown, and we want to pursue these ideas first in the laboratory in cultured cells and in mouse cells, and that's the standard way to try to translate these ideas up to clinical applications. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Muni Muniappan. I go by Rangaswamy Muniappan, but for short it is Muni Muniappan. I manage the project called the Integrated Pest Management Innovation Lab. It is a project funded by USAID. It started in 1993, and since then, it comes in 5-year cycles, and Virginia Tech has been successful in securing this grant for the past 22 years. The current phase of the IPM Innovation Lab started in October 2014, and it will extend until September 2019. Currently, we are working in 7 different countries. These are the countries authorized by the USAID. We are working in Tanzania, Kenya, and Ethiopia in Africa, and Nepal, Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Vietnam in Asia. Currently, we have 8 projects. We released what they call request for applications for 8 projects. These are the 8 projects, and I won't go into the details of them, but one of the projects, modeling of the insect dispersal in Africa, Asia, and Central America, is given to the Virginia Biocomplexity Institute, and Dr. Madhav Marathi and Abhijin Adiga are leading this project. The major aspects of our program are developing IPM packages. I will explain about it a little later, and also monitoring the invasive species. Globalization has increased the movement of both pests and diseases, so we are monitoring that and coming up with management technologies. Mostly our work is in the developing countries. We also provide long-term training, that means graduate training to the developing country individuals, and also short-term training for the farmers and public in the developing countries. Well, this slide primarily shows how IPM developed in the developed countries like in US. The slide on the left side, it shows putting all the components of IPM together, and it developed into an IPM package. The pesticide resistant management was on the top. Now what happened in the US and other developed countries, it completely got reversed. The pesticide resistant management became the major issue, and all the other aspects are not taken into account. But when we try to transfer this method to developing countries, it simply doesn't work. So we are trying to take the components and introduce those components into the developing countries. Well, these are the different components of an IPM, IPM package. I just given a template for the tomato, and I won't go into the details of it. So raising healthy seedlings and then treating the seedlings with antagonistic fungus and others. So these are the different components we package and give it to the developing country scientists for them to translate and give it to the farmers through the extension. Well, one of the components is developing a healthy seedling. In the developed countries, we use sphagnum moss as the media and plastic trays. We develop very sterile seedling. But in the developing countries, farmers usually till or dig a little piece of plot next to their house or in a corner of the field and sprinkle seeds and then pour water on it. In that process, they will lose 50% of the seeds due to diseases as well as splashing of water. So now we found this coconut pith is readily available in most of the developing countries, and it is pure cellulose and it is sterile. So we introduced that as a seedling medium, and it is working well. So some of these developing countries, in fact, they are packing them and exporting them to developed countries like US. And another one is we introduced an antagonistic fungus called trichoderma. And if you treat the seeds or seedlings with this trichoderma solution and plant it in the field, the trichoderma will develop around the root system of these seedlings or the plants, and it prevents the pathogenic fungi attacking this seedling. And also it induces defense in the plant through the salicylic pathway or jasminic acid pathway. And so it is a very beneficial one. This has caught up very well in Asia. Now we are introducing this technology into Africa. Another one is bacterial wilt. Bacterial wilt is a soil-borne disease, and there is no chemical cure for it. If it occurs in a particular plot, the only way we can do is use resistant rootstock and plant and graft it with a desired scion. This technology we introduced in Asia, and we are also introducing it into Africa now. In fact, the technology that we introduced in Uganda got transferred to Ohio State, and now they are using it quite widely. We are also using some of the nuclear polyhedrosis viruses. They are very specific to insects. Instead of using chemicals, pesticides, we are recommending some of these things. We also help in the developing countries produce both parasites and predators to tackle the pests. Well, neem is a very common tree in the tropic. It grows all over the tropics in Asia, Africa, as well as in South America, but it is underutilized. In India, some companies produce a compound out of this called the azadirachtin, and they commercially sell them outside. But in Indonesia and other countries, they simply collect the seeds, crush it, and take the extract and spray it on the plants, and this gives very good control. We also monitor virus diseases of vegetables and other crops. There's a very serious problem in the developing countries. We come up with different technologies. In this case, we simply use roguing in the nursery stage itself to control the pests. Because of the time constraint, I will go a little fast with these slides. This technology of host-free period we use in controlling some of the begoma viruses. Well, going back to this one, this is the South American tomato leaf miner, also known as the Tuta absoluta. It has been in South America for the past 100 years, but in 2006 it moved into Spain. In the last 10 years, it has already covered Europe, Africa, and some parts of Asia. So we are quite concerned about it. So we started the project, and we are trying to model it. Here it is a simple diagram I put in. Abhijin and Madhav have come up with very complicated models. If I have projected that, I wouldn't know how to explain. I'm an entomologist. So it started in South America. Now it has covered most of it. This morning I got news that it already moved into South Africa. Well, just to show you one example, another invasive species, this is called the papaya mealybug. It originated in Mexico and started to move around the world. When it showed up in India, we introduced that small insect over there. That's a parasite. I'm not sure whether I have time, or else I can run this one. No. And that is the parasite, the tiny insect. You'll see it moving around and going and parasitizing all the mealybugs, and it took care of the problem. So as a result, the benefit to India by introducing this parasite was anywhere from $500 million to $1.34 billion. Similarly, several technologies that we introduced into different parts of the world, our economist, Dr. George Norton, was able to assess and came up with the impact analysis over there. So with this, I stop it, and thank you.
So thank you all for the presentations, and I think we saw a very nice grouping of different types of translational projects that have been transpiring at Virginia Tech and including the Biocomplexity Institute. So I'm going to open the floor up now for a few questions because we still have some time left over for Q&A. So if you'd like to ask, go ahead. We got several in the back.
Hello, yeah, this is Dr. Muniappan. Like, when you show the net benefits to be positive, like the net benefits of the IPM practices, like in the last slide, you showed the net benefits of the integrated pest management programs to be, beneficial in millions of dollars. Do you still face challenges introducing those methods in different countries?
Sorry, I wasn't able to get all.
Irrespective of the economic benefits of introducing these IPM practices, is there still other challenges that you face in introducing these techniques in those countries?
Could you please repeat?
What are the challenges?
What are the challenges? The challenges are just getting the scientists to understand some of the new technologies over there that are applicable, then trying to work with the extension system over there. In many countries, the extension system doesn't exist. So we also use some of the NGOs in transferring this technology to them. And recently, we have been using what we call value chain projects. Value chain projects are implemented by USAID. So some of their technicians we train and trying to take the technology back to the farmers. Another problem we found was some of the technologies that we recommend, those technologies are not readily available to the farmers. Like, for example, trichoderma, when we recommended in Nepal, farmers got the information, but then they told us we can't get that compound or that trichoderma in their village or nearby villages. So we have to work with the companies to produce trichoderma and make it available to the farmers.
Chris?
So it's a generic question, but I'll try and tailor it a little bit. Is this on? Can you hear this? Okay. So John, so you have a result, and it has to, it has to do with how to introduce therapeutics to use and so on, and there's a hurdle associated with trials and things. So you have a new approach, and you want to put this approach in play. And the question is, how do we participate as researchers in a place where the value of the research has to do with whether we can get it in play, right? Whether we can make that happen. And similarly with water and flint, or particular kinds of determination of pathways using techniques that people may not have completely adopted in this incrementalist, overly sort of careful introduction of science to practice, which we can all understand why we should be cautious. But and in sort of extreme cases, when like the one that Christian brings up, entirely new methods of even viewing, how information is embodied in the things that we have been looking at for the last 60 years. There's this sort of I don't want to say the word futility, but it comes to mind, right? I mean, you're working in a place where by the time it's used, it's old. How do we get new things? How do we get new things in play? It seems like you all confront this, and if you could just sort of address that sort of in order or something, I'd really appreciate hearing your insight into that.
Okay, I'll start quickly. The work that I described was done in collaboration with a lot of people within a Center for Cancer Systems Biology. So I think the National Cancer Institute recognized this problem some years ago and realized they had to fund large centers with many different kinds of expertise. And they had to encourage people to work together, to share information, to get the synergy that would come from that. So there's no way we could have even gotten started without the physiology and molecular biology that the cancer biologists shared with us. On the other hand, they probably couldn't have recognized some of the subtle interactions among these signaling networks that are revealed by the mathematical models. And then taking it from the laboratory, we have to take it into the laboratory to show if it really works in various kinds of laboratory settings, and then to take it into clinical trials and into the clinic. That's going to be years. But that's the way we do science and medicine in the United States. We do it very carefully. And as it was said earlier today, perhaps these kinds of modeling efforts will help to accelerate and make that whole process more reliable.
So I think in my case, the reason I got interested in this because of a grant we got from the EPA. So the most direct way to make an impact would be to convince people in the EPA that these types of ideas are useful and they should be using them. And I don't think that should be difficult because scientists we talk to there already are aware of the potential of bioinformatic techniques, if you want to call them that, and they know that they need help with dealing with the large data sets that they are analyzing. So I would hope that Jeff's paper on this topic will be published not in a computer science journal or a traditional bioinformatics journal, but in a toxicological science journal. And to analyze this data, to even understand the data that we have been analyzing, Jeff has been talking to the scientists at the EPA who are generating it. So I think in this particular case, that's a direct way we can make an impact because it's the EPA that has to make the regulations regarding these chemicals.
There may not be an EPA by the end of January.
Jeff, we'll publish a paper by then.
Well, and for our situation, it is it's in fact a big scope. It's a project that is relatively changing the perspective, and the way to do this is via addressing biology journals. It has to be journals that is read by biologists. It has to be experimentally verified. Nobody believes anything unless they see it in the data, or at least in the databases, and you can interpret data in a new way that has biological meaning. That's the only way to do this, right? So which is in a sense sad, because you try to accommodate a certain way of perceiving things while other things have completely to wait, right? So if we were in a perfect environment and we had lots of funding, we would have 10 mathematicians working on the theoretical foundations, and we are very busy proving that the basic idea works, because if I go 70% of the biologists are going to say, we have blast. And what can I say to that? Yeah, sure, you have blast. It is really not fun to try to change a paradigm, right? But we started when you gave your presentation this morning that this is one thing where we can make a difference as an institute, and I really think we should try to live up to this. But I'm not sitting here telling you it's fun. Right, I do more biology than I ever wanted to, and for all the wrong reasons. It is very interesting, but you have to really understand when people are starting to listen to this, right?
So I think that's important to hear. All three of these comments are that whatever these methods are, computational or mathematical methods, the research programs, which can be really quite fundamental, are derived from in other people's worlds, in other people's other problems that are real problems in the world that are just really complicated, and they deserve to have their research derived from those problems. This is a somewhat different view than I think is traditional, where we do little work, beautiful, deep, maybe it would make you happier, and then we look around for places that it can work, that might contribute to. This is very, very different than that, and I think it's that's what I was hoping you'd say. But it's the reason to do any of this, actually, in my view. It's a different way to run, big research programs. And the ultimate expression of this is things like, at some point, you're actually in Africa, in Southeast Asia, you're trying to feed people. I think it's a remarkable connection from very fundamental ideas to feeding billions of people.
It changes the priorities, right? I mean, it really comes from a question of relevance, and then the methods are tailored for that. And you can't even develop the method until you have proven that it makes sense to begin with. So it really is just turns this whole thing upside down.
Well, I've always considered mathematics and computation to be just a powerful tool for addressing fundamental questions in biology. And I never expected to be a biologist. I kind of came in reluctantly, but the problems are really interesting and important, and I happen to know how to use the tools that other people didn't know how to use. And so it was a wonderful career.
As opposed to grouping, for example.
Pardon? Yeah. I mean, that's fine too, but that's not my shtick, you know?
Well, great. I'd like to thank the panelists for this afternoon session, for giving some very nice presentations and answering all the questions. So thank you all very much.
Well, I'm not going to take a half an hour. There's no point in having a half an hour at this point. What I would like to say is that, again, whenever we do this, I'm always really, really happy to be here, and as, you know, whatever the acting person who is the director of the place, it really makes me proud to be working with you. And I hope that that we can grow this thing in a way that will make us all even happier going forward. I think there's a lot of challenges. I mean, we are sort of reinventing this place, and we're reinventing the university at the same time. It's build the airplane while flying, or something, stitch the parachute while falling. But I think it's a really worth it and exciting thing to do. So I just want to tell you all how much I appreciate all of your work. I appreciate working with you. Please take the opportunity to these kinds of gatherings and other things that we'll try to do to meet each other and to connect. Don't forget our wonderful lab in the National Capital Region, and we hope to have other things up there. Don't pretend they're not there. They are there. They're important to us. They're important to you. And don't forget we're down here either. They didn't forget they came, you see. This is important. So let's pull this off, okay? And thank you. I'm told there's dairy products like in the form of cheese and